Hello? Can everyone hear me? Oh shit. This thing is wrong. Fuck. Oh my god. Hold on, guys. Oh, come on, man. This is so annoying. Hold on. Okay, well, I guess I can't fix this. You fucking asshole. God damn it. Okay, I can't fix it. Alright, never mind. I'll just leave it like this. It's fine. It's just the camera, I have it like on the other side. So, let me see here. Fuck. I'm used to looking over this side, and now I have to look at this side because I can see the comments. It's all fucked up. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. I'm like hot. Sorry. I just had a. Okay. I promise I'll cool down in a minute. Oh my god. I just had like a panic attack over something, and I'm always having a panic attack over something. Hi. Good evening, everybody. It's really not bad up here. It's just I'm having like a anxiety thing going on. Okay. So let me see. It's so dark. Hold on. Let me turn the light up a little bit. How's that? I don't want it to be too bright because I think it looks good for the purposes of what we're doing tonight, which is so basically let's see. Let's turn this up. I am in Appalachia, in West Virginia. My family has a getaway here, and that's where I'm at right now. Came up here because I was not having a good week last week at all. I was having a pretty shitty week. And so my sister told me, to come up and spend time here. So I'm fine, everybody. I'm okay. If you want to go and what am I talking about? Never mind. um, so a lot of people had bad weeks, but my last week was pretty bad, and so I just needed to spend time with my sister and tried to work on videos and stuff, but it's just I'm in one of these loops you where I just spend all day ruminating and not doing anything and feeling guilty about it. Does that make any sense? Where you just spend the whole fucking day ruminating and you feel guilt all day because you haven't done anything, and that's how I feel. And that's how I've been feeling for a while. I'm just not, I'm struggling. And the, I'm doing everything I can do to get better. And that includes seeing the doctor, losing all this weight, exercise, eating healthy, taking my vitamins, doing all this stuff. I'm starting therapy. There's all these things I'm doing, but I'm in a rut. And so it just kind of all got to me last weekend, last Sunday. And I really had a really rough time. And I know that there are good things coming because this kind of period doesn't last forever, but sometimes it hurts so bad when you're back where you started. And I think one of the things that is affecting me a lot is I don't know how to survive without my vices. And I have been in masking survival mode for a really, really long time. And, before, when I would feel like this, I would eat. I would go to McDonald's, I would go to Burger King, I would go to Popeyes, and I would pig out. I would smoke a bunch of cigarettes. I would drink ridiculous amounts of coffee. I would drink alcohol. And now that I don't do any of those things, I don't know how to live. And my brain is mush. I don't feel very creative. I've been trying to make something, make videos, make art, make something, and I just hit a wall every fucking time. And it's either, it was at a point last year where it's either do or die. I was so fat and so sick and just exhausted and depressed and everything else. And it's like, I'm really having trouble figuring this out, navigating this without my vices, without cigarettes, without food. I mean, I eat food, but I don't eat the shit that I used to eat. I eat food to subside and live and be healthy. I don't eat food to mask feelings anymore. So I don't know. I don't know. You know. But I am working hard to make things different and to make changes. And so, you know, uh, Boucher, yeah, never quit all at once. That's a good point. Yeah. But it's been a year, but I crammed a lot into a year. And it was kind of a necessary thing because my health was terrible. I mean, it was just terrible. And I'm just trying to get through this. I'm trying to get through this. And thanks, Sister Discordia. And I love you guys, and I'm so grateful to have you. And I'm trying. And I know this time next year, everything will be so much better, and I'll be doing a lot better, and I'll be able to like do my live my life and do well. But things just take time. Takes time. And I don't even know if this is. I mean, yeah, I'm struggling, but it's kind of a weird struggle because it's not totally. If I do that, it's gonna blow me out. Hold on, blow me out. It's a weird struggle because physically I feel really well. Mentally, I don't feel that great. Before it was physical and mental. I felt horrible in both things, but physically, if I didn't have the physical part where I feel good and where I'm not worried every day, oh, I'm gonna get sick or have a heart attack or something horrible. It's just different. It's a different kind of thing. Uh, you know, I went hiking up here and did this incredible hike up this like mount. It was so strenuous and I was like a year ago I would have never been able to do this, but even we were struggling getting up there, but we made it, and you know that is good for your mental health. So I pushed myself and I did it again last night, or the night before last, and I didn't want to. When I got there, I was like, oh God, I can't do this, but I did it, and so Rome wasn't built in a day. That's like something that I've always kind of stuck to. Rome wasn't built in a day. It takes a lot of work, a lot of things I got to go through to get to the good parts, and there will be good parts. Um, Stranger Archives. Hey, keep crushing the creep, Dan. You have a lot of supporters. Thanks, crushing creep eye. Or Strange Archives. What am I saying? Crushing creep eye. Strange Archives. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lucas, about alcohol, I really could take it or leave it. The thing that I'm really struggling with are the cigarettes. The cigarettes are the worst thing. Cool Damascus, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Um, the tough thing are the cigarettes. The cigarettes are the worst. The alcohol. I mean, it was an escape, sure. Certainly helps with ADHD. It helps mask ADHD really well, but in the long run, it doesn't do any good. But alcohol, I never really. I always, had my sort of limit, which was unlimited. But I don't want to drink because it just makes you pudgy and fat and gives you wrinkles, and it's not good for you. So I just don't drink. Cigarettes and food are a struggle. Now, I've only quit smoking, it's only been a few months. So as time moves on and it gets further and further away from the last cigarette, things will get easier. But right now, I'm just trying my damnedest to not think about it. Most days I don't think about it, but I know that there's a reason why I'm like struggling, because these things that I once used for sort of self-medicating purposes, I don't do them anymore. I don't know how I've done this. I really don't. I don't know how I got through this. It's been so hard. A lot of sweet potatoes and lean proteins, and it's great. It's great to walk and be able to breathe, and be able to sleep at night and like not make any noise at all while I'm sleeping. all that snoring and the all that stuff is, I don't do that anymore. So there's all positive things, but I just got a lot of stuff to work through. A lot of stuff. And I think I need to move out of my apartment. I think I want to get a new apartment and just start kind of in a different place. And my apartment has a lot of memories, bad memories. So I'm gotta look at that, look into that, you know. John's, you still smoke, yeah. I never accept I never accept uh, addiction. So I just say, you know what? I'm not in the truck. No, I'm sitting in a porch in the mountains where I'm usually quite nervous, but tonight I'm fine for some reason. I just don't, it's just not very scary for me tonight. I don't know why. Oh shit. I think, hold on. Did we get an, oh, let's see here. Oh, we didn't. Okay. Okay, I'm just checking. Strange Archives. Yeah, I am taking Wellbutrin now, but I went down a dose because I was taking 300 milligrams. I went down a dose because I was getting lightheaded. I was having like these lightheaded things going on, and then I'm doing another medication for OCD, and so probably what we're gonna do is just eventually end the Wellbutrin and start something else. I was on Wellbutrin for years. It really didn't do anything while I was on it. Besides, it helped my ADHD a lot, but I think I should try something else. So, because ADHD is treated with, it's off label. So, but I am taking 150 now, and I feel a lot better. I had these dizzy spells, like I was really dizzy, and it was kind of disturbing because I don't, who wants to be, I don't like being dizzy. And so I talked to the doctor, and they said it's probably the Wellbutrin. So now that I take 150, I'm fine. I'm not lightheaded or dizzy anymore. A little lightheaded, but not like I was. I was having like really, like I was like woo, like that. And it might be like anxiety too, but I don't know. But we all have our problems. I mean, literally, and there's so much goddamn stigma. And people who are like, "Oh, I have ADHD," and it's like people kind of look at it as like a joke, and it's not a joke. It really, when I was a kid, I swear we're gonna get to like the good stuff in a minute here because I hate the way this camera is right now. I wish it was on this side and not this side. I can't stand it. I hate it. It looks so bad. But I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, the ADHD when I was a kid, I mean, it really wasn't. I don't even think it was really talked about, or maybe it was, but like you just were considered a kid with a learning disability. But it's why I never finished school because I just couldn't pay attention. I just could not pay attention, and I couldn't stand being told what to do, and so it all makes sense now. But back then, it just everyone just thought they were just like, oh, you're lazy, and so the adults all just said I was lazy, which that's like not. I hated school too, Kelly. I really did. But I don't really have a. I don't really. I don't really have. This is the problem. I lose my train of thought. I don't really. What the fuck was I gonna say? I just forgot because I was reading comments and then. Hold on, I'm looking again. Broombus, yeah. I wish I weren't probably diagnosed and just living in ignorance. Oh, that's a thing. That's what I was going to say. Is I didn't have hyperactivity. I just had attention deficit, and I have it really bad. I mean, I get you know, if I'm looking at something and you're saying something, you're gonna have to repeat yourself. I mean, that's just that's how I go. Oh my goodness, Terry, thank you so much. Just being your love, just as you are. Thank you, Terry, so much. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. My God. I'll be able to buy drugs with that, more psychotropic drugs. I won't. I promise I won't spend it on tobacco. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. So sweet, Terry. Thank you. Um, Another thing, like I think that like the last 10 years, it seems like a blur. It's just like because I was like working so much and creating stuff and I was really just pushing all this stuff that I should have been dealing with out of my mind because so many stressful, horrible things happened in that time. And so, it's kind of like now it's kind of just crept up on me to where, like, I came here last year, this around this time last year, and I said to myself, it's time to go to the doctor. And my family have been begging me to go to the doctors for years. And so when I got home, I made an appointment and went to see a doctor, and it was eye opening for sure. And I'm so impatient, so everything just took so much. It just seemed like everything took so much time to like things to get better and stuff. And then when I did start to feel better, you know, I held off on quitting smoking for so long, but I knew that was going to be the final thing that I had to stop. So I started first with the food, the soda. The soda was very difficult. And Scotty, hey Dan, you're doing great. Getting better and feeling better can be a tough thing to focus through. It's sometimes draining as hell, but you'll get there. I know, Scotty. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know, I will get there. I know. I will get there, but I'm just it's just difficult. This is a very difficult time. But Terry and Scotty, thank you. I thank you so much. Appreciate it. Um, so I'm just taking good care. You know, Kelly cried over a video about nightlife in the '90s. It was fun. It was fun. So yeah, so I started with soda and junk food, and I struggled a lot with that and had a few setbacks, but it finally stuck. And then once I was got my sleep apnea treated, I was able to I was awake, so I was able to start exercising, and then I just the weight literally I went on an anti-inflammatory diet, and the weight just started to fall off. And I try to keep it slow. I don't want to lose too much at one time. I still have a lot to lose, but I'm off to a good start. You know, it's almost 100 pounds down, so it's good. But I just need to stick with it. Stick with it. Sister Discordia, your voice lies right in my head. You know. Oh, thank you, Sister Discordia. Stigma. I don't care about stigma. I think it's terrible. I think stigma is terrible, but you can't. Everybody's gonna have an opinion, and if I'm gonna choose to be online, I'm just gonna have to deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, there's people who have opinions about everything, and I'm very opinionated myself. But I don't pay attention to if I don't agree with it, I'm just not gonna argue anymore. I just don't want to engage that way with people, so I don't. And there are people who come onto posts and they run their mouth, and it's like there's nothing you can do about it. Everybody's miserable, so I know why people do that because I used to do it too. So I know why. I understand. It's an outlet. It's a way to relieve stress for some people. Um, and I just don't engage with it. I mean, it's just a waste of my time. I know what I have to do, and I think I have a good team of physicians around me helping me get to my goals and stuff and feel better. And I know that this is just another setback week, couple weeks, few weeks. It's been like, there's times where I feel really good, and then there's other times where I don't feel good. So, but I don't let online opinions affect me. I used to get really, it's that ADHD thing, criticism, and you take it so hard, and I did, and a lot of it was just mean. I mean, none of it, very few criticisms were ever constructive. They were just mean, and I would get pissed off and start running my mouth. But that's just not. That's I'm too old for that shit. Like, I just don't care about it anymore. I'm too old for it, and I just want to do my thing and get back to making creepy videos again. I really miss being making creepy stuff. And my sister comes and sleeps on this porch sometimes. I don't know how she does it because at night up here I've got the shades drawn. I'm like huddled up in that room with the trying to feel as I like it because it's like safe. It feels safe. But I hate this setup so much. I want the camera on this side. I can't stand doing it like this. The '90s, having the '90s back. I know people that I see people pining for the '90s and the '80s and stuff. And honestly, if I had the chance to go back, I wouldn't go back. I don't want to go back. It was horrible. It was like, you know, I mean, I was having fun, but in between those fun nights, there was a lot of shit and a lot of horrible stuff. And I wouldn't want to go through that again. I wouldn't want to live like that again. Like, it's too much. You know, it was just too much. People pine over those days because, uh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why they pine over those days. I can't, I just, I don't understand it, but whatever. I'm just being me. Hey, Tom, what's up? Hey, Dan, I think your health journey will ultimately and immeasurably benefit your artistic creativity. And Tom, thanks for saying that. And thank you. And that's exactly why I'm doing this. That's the exact reason why I decided to do this was to I want to. There's so many things I want to do, creative wise. I can't do them if I'm sick. And it got to a point at the end where I was so sick, but I had trouble walking. You know, like I couldn't wash my feet. Like I couldn't bring my foot up and wash my feet. I had to wear shoes that would slip on. I could not tie shoes because it was too painful. It was horrible. It was the worst fucking time of my life. And it was just mental illness. Mental illness. How else would you get there to that point without mental illness? You know, binge eating, exhausted. You get there by being mentally ill. And that's what happened. I'm mentally ill. And I got there being mentally ill. So I knew I had to do something and fix myself. And I did. And now I feel horrible. Now I feel worse. I want to go back. I want to drink a bottle of whiskey and smoke cigarettes tonight. Now I feel 10 times worse. It's great. How many more valleys am I going to have to visit before I get to the top of the mountain? I don't know, but I'm working on it. I'm working on I'm looking up at the bottom. But I just need to be I feel so sorry for the psychologist I'm going to go to. Uh, hopefully she'll be able to deal with me. Oh, hey, Afflet, how are you? Thank you so much. Oh, Roombas, absolutely. AJ Vintage, yeah, that's a discussion I've had with my physicians. Oh God, this fucking thing, I hate it. But yeah, I wouldn't want to go back to smoking cigarettes. There's no way I would pick up a cigarette now, because this was too hard. And for some reason, the last time I quit, it wasn't as hard. It's probably because I was on huge, like the top dose of Wellbutrin, so it made it a lot easier to quit. But this time has been very, this time was difficult. It's been difficult. And, but I don't miss it. I don't miss being a slave to fucking nicotine and smoking cigarettes and ruining my health. And, you know, I mean, my skin has gotten like, my skin is so nice now. My oral health is so good. I can breathe. I can, you know, I can go to the gym. I mean, there's so many things I can do that I could not do if I were smoking. So I love cigarettes. Don't get me wrong. I do love cigarettes. And there were times in the past year where I questioned whether or not I wanted to quit. I just said, "Do you really want to do this?" And it's like those movies where you see people in mental facilities with smoking or having a cigarette fit, and it's like that's me. And I just said, "Do I really want to quit?" And the first time I quit, I failed, and then the second time I was able to do it, and it has been so difficult. And I miss cigarettes, but I don't. I love cigarettes, but I hate cigarettes. So, but I'm just glad that I quit. I don't. It's just so bad. It's so bad for you. And I see friends of mine who still smoke, and friends who are older who smoke, and everybody just looks gray and lifeless. You don't really look good when you smoke. You have sort of a gray kind of look to you. And it's because you're not getting any goddamn oxygen, I guess. But I don't miss that need. I don't miss, like, I like waking up and not immediately wanting to smoke a cigarette. Like, I just get through that part of the day. And and the price of cigarettes is outrageous. I mean, they're so expensive. I was spending $32 every day on cigarettes. So add that up. I've saved over 3,000 so far not smoking cigarettes. But I like that I there's that weird noise again that I kept hearing. Next to the house, there's a mountain. There's nothing up there. And I keep hearing stuff. And I'm not going to walk up there because ticks. I want to wait until there's a freeze and then I'll walk up there again. There's something back. There's something back there. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a deer with antlers. It's just this weird feeling here when you're in the yard, like at night. Like I feel like you feel like you're being watched. I don't bring it up with my sister because I don't want to freak her out, but and it just I don't know. It just feels weird. So let's change the subject. Let's move on to something else. I'm going to talk about something else, and I um I let's see. Yeah, like there's something watching. It could be a raccoon, but let me tell you a story about this place. And I think I've shared this story before, but I'm gonna tell you the story again. Okay. Let's read this first. TCB Garage, what's up? So glad to see you doing well. I just lost my best friend at 37, and it's the wake up call I needed. Your old podcasts keep me sane at the moment. Taking your CPAP advice too. Have a great night. TCB Garage, I'm so sorry about your friend. I am so sorry. That's something that um, look at how white my face is. um, Cool Damascus, 60 plus doppelganger of you, also named Danny, is sending me big old bro hug your way. I so want you to succeed. Thank you. Cool Damascus, I will. I will succeed. Trust me, I will. Smoking cigs is worse than drinking alcohol. Yeah, I would say you're probably right about that. I'm not going to argue with that. They're both really bad, but cigarettes probably take the cake. Yeah, they're not. They're terrible for you. Alcohol is just bad for you in a whole different way. But let's see if we can. Oh, God! I just want you to get a whole face thing. I'm letting my hair grow. I'm letting my hair grow out. So right now it's at a weird stage. I picture it like all kind of messy and kind of long and a lot of like hair just everywhere. That's what I that's what I picture. So we'll see. Let me tell you a story. I'll turn this down a little bit. Okay, so oh, even better. Hold on. Oh, this is good. Oh, it's so good. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. This is good. This is a creepy. Yes. Oh, I love this. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Okay. Let me tell you the story. I wish this thing did like it was like oops. Ooh. Wait a minute. How do you make this? Okay, that makes it brighter. Oh, here we go. Let's do blue. That's a good like night color blue. Like a dark blue. There we go. Almost violet. Yes. Okay. Oh, I like this even better. Okay. Here's a story. This is a true story. My grandfather bought property up here back in 1982, 81 or 82. And so we came up here in 1982. It was probably fall. I think it was fall. It was before there was any freeze because my father and my grandfather were going to sink these posts into the ground to put the house on. So if there was ever flooding, the house would be okay. So 1982, we came up here. We were here for, it seemed like we were here for a few days. And at that time, it's still undeveloped up here, but at that time it was really undeveloped. And I remember it wasn't that trip, but it was later trips. But basically, we set up in the my father had this old tent. It was this green tent, and it was so heavy. It was such a heavy, giant tent. and my grandfather slept in the pickup truck in uh, the what, the bed of the pickup truck. So it was the third night we were here. I remember it was the third night because we left the next day. We had a fire. We made dinner. My grandfather and my dad had sunk all the posts into the ground. And I think there was like 12 of them or 16 of them. I can't remember. I keep hearing that noise. Oh, the feather red leopard. I just happened to tune in. I've been watching you on and off since 2016 when my mom, of all people, told me about your channel. You're like a cult classic. Keep on keeping on. Oh, thank you so much for that feather. The feather red leopard. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. God bless your mother. Okay. Third night, we were outside. It. We ate dinner. We had a fire going, and then we retired in the tent. My father and I went into the tent, and then my grandfather slept in the bed of the truck. Um, it was late. I don't remember what time it was, but it was late because the fire had burned out. The fire was gone, and it's so hard sitting here without lights on. Because I turned all the perimeter lights off because I want it to be dark. And now I think, oh God, something's watching. It just freaks me out a little bit. So, so listen. So I woke up. I don't know what time it was. It was late. It was probably like in the morning, 3 in the morning. And my father was awake, and he had sat up and he looked over because he saw me wake up, and he was going like this. And when he did that, I heard something outside the tent. It sounded like somebody walking around outside the tent. Not fast, slowly, but you could hear the grass was sort of crunchy. It. I think what happened was the grass was really long, and then my grandfather or somebody hired someone to come cut it, and they didn't take away the old grass cutting. So it was like sort of like hay on top of the grass. It was very crunchy and dried up from being in the sun. And you could hear these footsteps. And it was scary because we, who was it, you know? Um, my dad had a gun, and he sat up really fast all of a sudden, and he said, I have a gun. Whoever's there, I have a gun. Get the fuck out of here. And I don't know if he said get the fuck out of here, but I'm sure he said something like, he said, I have a gun. You need to leave. That kind of thing. Whatever was out there took off pretty quickly, not running, but walking away pretty quickly. And it went through we just heard, it sounded like someone had rolled like a giant rock down through like sticker bushes and trees, little trees and stuff. It just sounded like all this stuff was breaking. It went through this thicket of it was like sticker bushes and little trees and stuff. And then we heard it jump into the water. That's when there was a river down there. My dad got out of the tent. And back then, the only flashlight we had was like kind of this cheesy flashlight. In the 80s, flashlights were not like they are now, where you can literally light up, a village with a flashlight. The only, if we didn't have a spotlight because you would have to have the truck on and you would be able to use the spotlight. It was plugged into the cigarette lighter. So, my dad went down there to look, and whatever this was, went across the river, got to the other side of the river, and in this section, of the river is probably about 6 feet deep. I don't know if it's still 6 feet deep because we don't swim in the river anymore because it's all farm runoff. It's gross. I'm not getting in the river, but my father was scared, and he and I forgot to mention this whatever it was made some noise, and it sounded like my dad and my grandfather thought it was somebody with intellectual disabilities. That's what it sounded like. It was disturbing. I remember hearing the noise, and I can remember I can remember exactly what it sounds like. And whatever it was went across the river and went into the woods across the river and went into the woods. We don't know to this day. My father brought it up to somebody. Probably, I don't remember when, but he brought it up to somebody, and somebody said that they had heard the same thing, sort of this weird, sort of gibberish voice coming out of the woods. I've not heard it since that night, which was, 40 years ago. When I was a kid, it was 44 years ago. My grandfather told me that this was a long time later, before he died. I remember he told me that because I was really into reading about Bigfoot and stuff, and when I would come up here, I would always be scared. I don't want to see it, kind of thing. And my grandfather told me that when he was in the back of the truck, he was sleeping on his back, and he was awoken and saw this dark figure standing over, looking at him, leaning over the truck. And he said whatever it was had to be really tall because it was over top of him, in the back of a pickup truck. There was no cab on the back of the truck. It was just it was open. It was just an open back of the truck. Not too much longer later, maybe like 3, 4 years, 5 years later, my parents used to pick up a paper in this small town that's near here that they had their own. I don't think they have it anymore, but at the time they had their own newspaper. And the paper was rife with stories about Bigfoot sightings. And it wasn't like a weekly world news kind of paper. It was like real news that people were saying that they were seeing these things. And then I found a story. Let me find this real quick, because this is hold on, let me bring this up and just show you this, or I'll read it to you actually. So, oh God, did I miss someone's thing? Did I miss? Did I read that one? Oh yes, I did. Okay. Just checking. Hope you're all having fun. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh no. What is that town called? Oh. Okay. Let me read you guys this story. I think it's on this. Why would it go to this? That's strange. So, excuse me. Hold on, let me try this. Let me put it here. There. So, oh, I didn't know West Virginia had a Bigfoot museum. Hold on, let me find this one story here. Oh my God. Why is this doing this? It's so annoying. Just stay on the fucking thing, please. Thank you. There's a story about, I can't find it, but it's, hold on, let me see, hold on. Oh yeah, here it is. Wait a minute. I don't recall there being a video, because this is back from the 80s. Let me see here. Anyway, I can't find it at the moment. I should have done a little more research. but I know the story anyway. It was back sometime in the 1980s. I think it was like 84, 85, and it wasn't far from here. Um, wasn't far from here, and it was this a father and son. They went to they went hunting on this mountain that's not far from here at all, and it was a morning hunt. It was early morning. There was fog, a lot of fog. They claim that this Bigfoot creature came out and grabbed the dad's gun and then threw it and then pushed him, and the son ran, and then uh, they had this whole thing in the paper here when that happened. The man who interviewed them uh, did exhaustive background to make sure that they weren't lying and making it up. So he interviewed friends, he interviewed everybody they could, and they were both known to be honest. So I don't know why you would just make up a story like that. It's very strange, but there were other stories. I remember some guy up here was trying to sell Bigfoot hairs back in the 80s for like $10,000 a hair. And there was other stuff. But it's a weird area. There was one time that this up here, so weird. Well, let me tell you about this thing that happened. I'll tell you that story. Last summer when I was here, oh God, I went to. I'm not gonna. I'm trying to keep the location kind of on the DL, but um, I went to this place, this location, with a friend of mine, and we were just kind of fucking around, like filming different things, and it was a spot. I like to look on the map and find like dirt roads and stuff that just go way, way back that you can drive on and go, deep into the woods and stuff. And so I found this road, and we took this road and we went up. And before last year, I hadn't been up here in a long time. It had been a long, long time. And so when we came up here, when I came up here for the first time in a long time, I was a little nervous because I just used to come here a lot, and I just started getting the creeps, and maybe it's just because you live in the city, and when you come to a place like this, you kind of are, your senses are really high because you live in a city, and you're experiencing like being outdoors, and so your senses are heightened. Maybe that's why. Maybe I'm just crazy. What's, but my friend and I went up to the top of this mountain on this road, this dirt road, and we went into the woods. So I parked and we went into the woods, not on a trail. It was just sort of, there was no trails. It was just like a wild kind of wooded area. And we went back probably maybe 150, 100 feet or something like that. And off in the distance, we saw a figure standing between these two trees. And I got it on video. And the video, my friend and I are looking. I'm like, Dan, look, what is this? What are we looking at? I was using actually this camera, this little Sony Handycam camera. So I zoomed in all the way with this camera, which I think at some point it goes like a regular zoom and then it sort of crops the photo for like a digital kind of zoom. And so it looked like the classic like Bigfoot kind of thing. I'm not like it really that's what it looks like. Um I was focused on it, moved a little bit, went back to try to find it. I couldn't find it. It was pretty far away. And I, just holding the camera, trying to be steady and looking at it through the little window. And it was difficult. And it, I just kind of veered off a little bit and then I tried to go back and find it and I couldn't find it on the camera again. And then to the left, um, however far back it was, I'm not a very good judge of distance, so I really don't know like how far it was, but it was far. We saw like something pass between these trees, in front of these trees, off in the distance. It was a wildlife management area. I don't know if it was maybe a hunter like wearing camouflage, like like those like hunting outfits where it's like all the it's like mossy kind of like thing, like it's like a moss thing that you wear, and maybe they were just standing there and they saw us and they thought they thought, well, I guess a ghillie suit, right? Maybe they were wearing a ghillie suit. um but then I was like, why would they be like, why wouldn't they wave if they saw us or whatever? um it was it was pretty creepy, and I it was the only time I ever actually like caught a glimpse, like saw something. And then I was told by friends, a couple of friends, don't put the footage out. Just don't. You're going to give yourself a headache, and if you put it out, everybody's going to say it's either fake or you're going to get lunatic Bigfoot people who are going to try to figure out where you were. And so I have never released it. I think maybe I maybe I showed a snippet of it to a select group of people, but I don't. I've never really released it because it looks strange. I don't know if it's. I don't know what it is. It could have been somebody up there just fucking around with us, maybe. And over behind where this person, whatever it was, behind it, there's a road, not like a paved road. It's like a gravel road that goes up into that area. And they weren't that far away from that road, so maybe it was a hunter. Maybe they had parked and they were walking into the woods. I don't know if you can hunt though in like July or August. I don't know how that works. Usually, I think hunting season is in the fall, maybe. But I don't know. I don't know what it was that we saw. It was very weird. It was it was one of the weirdest things I've had happen up here, and I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Don't know what to think. Rabbit season. Well, it could be rabbit season, but why would you wear that big costume though if it was rabbit season? I mean the camouflage, if it was camouflage. Uh I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. because it's not definitive. It's not. I can't definitively say. You know, 3 red dots appear on my forehead. No, no. That would be fun though if we ran into Predator. That would be awesome. But I don't know. I don't know what it was. It was just one of those weird occurrences. I remember my parents seeing the footage and they were like, "What the fuck is that?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And my sister saw it, and I showed it to a couple friends, and the first thing is, "Oh, come on, that's one of your friends or something." And I'm like, "No, it's not. It's not one of our friends." And I don't know. I don't know what it was, but it was whatever it was. It was far off that I had to zoom in all the way with that camera, which I don't know what the zoom is on this thing. Let me see with this. 30 times clear image zoom. So I don't know what the specs are because it doesn't really tell you. But this is a great camera for just palling around if you're palling around. AX53. But it was weird. It's weird. I don't know what it was. And although I didn't want to release it. After I filmed it, I said, I'm not releasing this. It's crazy. Like, it's just crazy. So, leaves a lot to be desired, doesn't it? When when someone tells you a story, oh, I got this footage, but I'm never going to show you. Yeah, like that's that's where we're at. Let me, you know what? Let me take you guys for a little hike. Uh, Let me see here. No, I swear I'm not lying. It is a true story, but I'm not going to be goaded into. Let's see. Come on, Mama. Come on. The stars are out tonight. I want to see how far into the yard I can get without running out of because there is no reception here at all. What is that red shit on that tree? Spray paint? I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh yeah, there's some markers back there. I don't know why they're markers. That's our property. I don't know why. Maybe, what the fuck could possibly be back there? Um, Man of Leisure asks, have I ever been to Area 51 or that area? Yes, I have. Probably the closest I've ever gotten to. No, there's not gonna be goddamn data centers here. I can promise you that. Um, Probably closest I got um, to Area 51 would be like, I can't remember the name of that town. Tanopa? No, 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 it's not Tanopa. It's another town. It's like past Tanopa. It's like there's an old hotel there that's supposed to be haunted. That's abandoned. And I can't really remember. I don't know what that is on that tree. But if you go back here, it just starts going up. It's only a little bit, and then it goes up. So there's like a mountain up here, or a hill or holler or whatever they call it. I don't know. And then we're fenced in, so we don't have to worry about Mama getting eaten by coyotes. Mama's safe in the fenced-in yard. Look at her. She's doing her mama stuff. Dave, Rachel, no, it's whatever that town, the Goldfield is what it's called. Goldfield, Nevada, is where I was. There's like an old abandoned hotel there, and there were hot springs out in the desert, and I think that isn't that near Area 51. I think it's right over the mountain from Area 51, but I might be wrong. It'd be awesome if we like heard something crazy right now. There's like an old abandoned mobile home down here too. It's like a trailer. Come on, Gigi. I should just sit out here. Oh, Mama. Go on. Good girl. Oh, look at the moon up there. Oh my God. What does that say? Dan and Mama versus Evil. That is so fucking funny. Get in there, James. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Guys, I'm going to take a little break. I'll be right back. I'm just going to use the restroom. There you go. Mama's in her spot. Okay. I'm back. There are ladybugs everywhere. Let's kill the blue light for a minute. Man, this thing's pretty good on batteries. I just found this. I totally forgot that I had it. But it does green. And what color? Whoa, what was that color? I like this color. It's like kind of a... Oh, I received a super chat. Hold on. Thank you. Let's see here. Oh, Man of Leisure. Hey, have you ever thought about doing a podcast or live show similar to Coast with Art Bell? It would be great. Live callers with their stories, etc. Man of Leisure, you know, I would love to do that. And I've thought about doing that. Like, I would love to do that. Yeah, I mean, see, what I would like to do is do a show like that, but with my friend Babs. Like, I think that would be fun with Bab at Bombshell, and we could have like a new topic. Like, the thing is, it's just, I mean, yeah, I had all kinds of ideas. Like, I was gonna do like interviews with people that I admired. I was gonna do like different things like that, but I love Art Bell. I really do. I always think it's funny when this gum is hard because it's cold. I mean, it's funny because people are always like, so I mean, hundreds over the last 10 years have been like, "Are you related to Art Bell? Are you Art Bell's son? Are you?" I'm like, no, no. Art unfortunately has passed away, but his show was wonderful. What a wonderful show that was. You know, it would be truly wonderful if we had a some kind of a sound. But nobody's replacing Art Bell, especially not me. Like, those are big shoes to fill. That was a great show. It was a lot of fun. He just had a way to like make it so interesting. The way he talked and the way he conducted the show was just fun. Are we getting? Hold on. Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, H3. Yes, that's where I'm at. Man of Leisure. I do want to I do want to do like use my voice for like to tell scary stories and stuff. I think that would be kind of fun. That's another idea I could do. I mean, just find stories to tell and then tell the stories. Not like my own personal stories, but just find like creepy stories I could tell online. I mean, everybody does that already, but maybe it would resonate with people. I don't know. Um, Jackie, hey Jackie, what's up? I really enjoyed your live stream tonight. Please continue making excellent choices for yourself. It's hard, and I'm proud of you. Namaste. Thank you so much, Jackie. It is hard, isn't it? Life sucks. It's very difficult. It doesn't get any easier. Um, not unless you make big changes, and big changes are hard. You can't just you can't make a change and not be difficult. Changes are always difficult. So thank you, Tim. The Lincoln Park stuff was great. That was really great. Um, I think by in the next 6 months, things are going to be looking better for me. Right now, I'm just teetering on the edge with everything. Um, I just didn't have the output that I used to have because I was sick, and I'm not going to beat myself up anymore for being sick. But that's what I did. I said, you should have kept making videos. You should have kept going. You should have kept going. But it's like, I couldn't do it. I tried. I couldn't do it. And these streams were a way for me to make ends meet. And this past year, I've spent, like I said, I've probably spent $25,000 to get healthy. It's the health insurance, everything in this country is just, it's not like I was, it's like 20 years ago where you can just get healthy. Like, you're young, you can just get healthy. Like, nowadays, because of all the problems I had, sleep apnea, high blood pressure, I was pre-diabetic, I was, all this shit. I mean, it's like, you got to see this specialist and that doctor and this doctor and that doctor, and you got to pay for prescriptions, and you got to do this, and you got to pay for your health insurance, and it adds up quick. And that's tough, man. I'm grateful to be healthy, for sure. I'm grateful to be healthy, but it came with a big price tag to it. Money I just, so, but that's why I did this. Invested in myself so I could make something of myself. Cousin Larry, my blood pressure was terrible. It was so high when I first went to the doctor. Now it's below 180 over 20, or 180 over, wait a minute, 180 over 20. Never mind. 120 over 80. Now it's normal. But it took a lot of changes to make that happen. So I knew if I didn't do it, I would spend the rest of my life sick and not being able to work. So, yep. How do I like my CPAP? I love it. I put I wear a sleep mask at night. So I put my sleep mask on, then I put the CPAP on, and then as soon as I turn on the CPAP machine, I'm pretty much out. I go to bed almost immediately. But I'm going to see a pulmonologist soon because they're going to adjust the CPAP. They want to lower it down because the fact that I've lost so much weight, my sleep apnea is not anywhere near as bad as it used to be. Plus, I don't snore anymore, and I get good restorative sleep. When I can sleep, when I get good sleep, but you know, it's like, ugh. The CPAP's great though. It really saved my life. I mean, really saved my life. And the gym and exercise. I love exercising and I love going to the gym, and I missed it so much. I missed being healthy. So that's another reason why I like not smoking. And the reason I brought this out is in case anything happens. Okay, interesting comment. Mule, let's say Mule. I don't understand. Like, I went to the eye doctor and my vision improved. So, Mule, Ropin Champ 77. The Sierra sounds didn't quite sound like the Sierra sounds. I've heard the Sierra sounds. I was actually listening to the Art Bell show last night about the Sierra sounds to get kind of in the groove for what I wanted to talk about tonight. Didn't sound quite like that. It sounded. Uh, I can't explain it. It. The only time it ever something came close, I remember I went to a get together, like a cookout with my ex, and it was all deaf people at this cookout. So it nobody could hear me, and I was having trouble communicating because I think it was pre like cell phone, like where you could just talk to the cell phone and show them that kind of thing. You had to write everything down. And I was so tired. So I went to the basement of this house and I went to sleep on the couch. This couch down in the basement. They were having a deaf cookout. It was like 30 or 40 deaf people. And I remember waking up and hearing somebody screaming. And that's what it reminded me of. It reminded me of the sound of a and that person was screaming because uh they were laughing. They thought something was funny. So they were laughing, but they were like really loud. And um, that was the closest I ever heard to what we heard here 45 years ago. Jackie says half of Facebook is old people arguing with bots. I hate Facebook so much. I literally cannot stand Facebook. I don't understand Facebook. But follow me on Instagram. This is Dan Bell. If you're not following me, go give me a follow. I post videos. I posted a weird video the other night. Facebook's awful. It was fun when it first started, but now I just can't even. What replaced Art Bell? Nicole was fine, but replaced him sucks. Yeah, Nicole, I agree. Yeah, I'm not on X either. I mean, I have my account on X, but I don't. I don't go on X. I don't post on there or read anything. I just sign in like once in a while to keep my account active. So, because if you close your account, at This Is Dan Bell would be out there available, and somebody would grab it, and it would be a bad thing. So, never had a Facebook account. You lucky person. Okay, let's see here. Cousin Larry. What up, Cousin Larry? I know you have ideas for your future content, and I can't wait. You have started something unique. Thank you for always having a calm demeanor. Well, cousin, I try, Cousin Larry. Thank you so much, Cousin Larry. Yeah, I try. Uh, I definitely try to stay calm, but sometimes I get irritated, like everyone does. But I think it's just my presentation style, maybe. I don't know. I mean, this is how I talk. Not just on here, but like if I'm talking to somebody, I talk to anybody. It's usually like this. Yeah, I don't always have a calm demeanor, but however, this sort of new era, the new Dan, the skinnier Dan era. I'm just kind of, because you see, guys, when you realize what is most important, the other stuff doesn't matter. Let me look over here. When you realize what's important, the other stuff just, you just realize how much it doesn't matter. So I am not wasting my time engaging with nonsense. I gotta protect myself, and so I just, there's so many other things I need to worry about, and I've got a really good group of people around me now. Good friends. So I'm happy, but I won't be getting caught up in nonsense. It's pointless. If I'm going to do this and make content, and there's going to be uh, people who don't like what I do or have problems or whatever, and that's fine. Like, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I just don't engage because there's no point in engaging. It's a waste of my precious energy. And energy on my thing is precious because I don't have a lot of it. Can't spend it on that. You gotta spend it on things that matter. But so far, I mean, like honestly, I mean, it's been like wholly like supportive. I mean, people have been very supportive. They've been happy that I'm back doing these Saturday night streams again, and it's been really nice. It's been nice to see everyone come out and be part of the experience. And I'm, I don't know if I don't know if the first two streams were anything that interesting, but um, I'm just trying to get back into my groove again. So getting back into your groove is not easy. Not easy. The legendary P fart stream, exactly. That was not interesting. Although many of you found that interesting. For me, it was embarrassing as shit. And I was going to cut it out, and then I was like, I'll just leave it. Because everyone pisses and farts at the same time. It happens. I just thought because I pressed the button that said turn the mic off, let me press the turn off mic. Hold on. Did I just pop back on? I'm sure that the sound. I'm sure this is working now. But when I did do the stream, I turned off the fucking. Okay, so there was no sound. So when I did it out there, I pushed the button, no sound, and it still had sound. So, you know, it happens. I had had a big salad before I went on, and the salad definitely didn't make things easier for me. I was eating salad and what if I did it like this? How does this look? Amanda Bleacher, have you been back to Point Pleasant, West Virginia recently? I have not. I haven't been down there. Um, I don't think I've been down. I haven't been down there since we did the Mothman Festival. I think was that that was 2019. Is that how long ago that was? I would love to go back, but right now I'm just concerned about getting my health in order. So I'm not really like concerned about, you know, traveling to a lot of places right now. I'm just trying to get myself situated. Post 2020 just feels like a whole different world. It really does. It really does. It's not in a good way either. It's like in a bad way. But you know, this I wish there was some way to get some kind of. My mom told me about when she was out here one night and she heard this horrible screech. And she ran into the house, but it was probably a or bobcat or a mountain lion. Though, well, we've seen mountain lion tracks here. We haven't seen an actual mountain lion. I'd love to put out a trail cam and see what kind of now that we have internet here, we didn't have internet here until like. Are you okay? Goodness gracious, Mama. We didn't have internet here until like a couple years ago, so. Um, but I think what my mom heard was a mountain lion, and I remember my grandfather taking molds of mountain lion tracks back in the day. Mule, you don't have to be ashamed to admit what you saw. These things are very real, and there is so much more out there that we just don't know about. Mule, yeah, but usually when somebody says to me how I saw a Bigfoot, I'm just like, okay, like, uh, block, click, you know, but no, I just, I, oh, that's wonderful, bad cat, good for you. Um, um, no, I mean, I don't know, it just seems weird. It just seems insane. And every time you talk about something like that, people automatically say, oh, you're stupid, or you saw something else, or you mistaken, or you're lying, or whatever, which is why I never showed anyone, except for a few people, the footage. I don't know what to. I don't know, but it was definitely exciting. It was an exciting. I keep looking over here because the camera's here. It was exciting, very exciting. I definitely would say where I definitely would say that I've had a few paranormal experiences. I would definitely say that. But I think the most profound, there were two profound experiences, one in Fort Mifflin, Philadelphia, and the other one was at Point Lookout Lighthouse in Scotland, Maryland, down in St. Mary's County. Those are the two times that I've had experiences. I've told those stories a million times, but I don't know what else it could have been besides something paranormal. Where is... Okay, let's turn this back on because I like this layout. Do you guys want me to tell you that story? I've told it a million times. Can I repeat the Maryland story? Kathy, sure, I'll tell the Maryland story. Okay, so it was probably 2009, 2008, maybe. I got an opportunity to go to Point Lookout to the lighthouse to go in to do like a ghost hunt at the lighthouse. And it was me and this other guy he was a Maryland State Trooper. We weren't really friends, but we had that, like, the ghost thing in common. Like, we were kind of into that. So, we went down there, and I remember I got pulled over going to the lighthouse on the 1.5 mile of road that goes from like the gate to the lighthouse because I was going 5 miles over the speed limit. And then this guy was all pissed off. He wanted to pull out his credentials, his state trooper thing, and I'm like, no, just let me take care of it. But we just got a warning. It was fine. But anyway, we went to the house, and Point Lookout Lighthouse was built, I believe, prior to the Civil War. And Point Lookout, the whole park, is basically a graveyard. It was a prison camp for Confederate soldiers. Lots of miserable deaths happened there, and people were buried there in mass graves. And the lighthouse was used as a field hospital. And after the war, it went back into operation, protecting the point, or protecting boats from hitting the point. So we went to the house, and there was a woman there who let us in, and then there was another group of people. It was like 4 people, but they were just kind of there like shits and giggles. And they didn't stay very long. They left after like an hour or two. So then we had the whole place to ourselves for a while. And we went upstairs so if you look at the lighthouse online, where the parking lot is at the end of the point, where everybody fishes and everything, that room that we were in would be the one right up in the corner on the second floor of the house, right, the corner that you see from the parking lot, facing sort of like I don't know what direction it would be, but anyway, it was dark. We were in the house by ourselves. The lady who had come with us, she was out in her car because it was, I believe it was cold. She was cold or something, and she wanted to go outside. She was probably bored. And nothing really had happened that night that was anything of any, that I would say, oh, well, what was that or whatever. So this guy, Chris, and I were standing in this doorway, and it's like straight ahead, there's a hallway that goes down the hall, and then maybe about, I think it was like 5-7 feet on the left from the doorway, there's a stairwell that goes down into the little sitting room downstairs. And at the time, the house was a duplex. It's still maybe a duplex, but we were standing there, and I looked towards the stairs, and I kept seeing something dark. Like it was sort of looked like a black shape that kept looking, and it was moving really fast, and it kept looking around the corner of this stairwell towards us. And I said to Chris, I said, "Do you see that?" And he's like, "Are you talking about the thing on the steps?" And I said, "Okay, so I'm not seeing something. You actually see that?" He's like, "Yes." And then at that moment, we heard a humming, a woman humming, and it was not 5 feet away from us. And it was a woman humming a song. It lasted the first like verse or whatever. She was like, it was loudish, and then the second time it happened right after. It was not as loud. It was like low. We both caught it on audio. Um, did you hear that? I'm just gonna film for a minute. I'm gonna turn this off. Did you guys hear that? I'm just gonna let this run, just so. I'm gonna let this run. Oh, turn on the night spot or the night light or whatever. Night shot. There we go. Okay, that's perfect. So if we get any more noises like that, we'll get them on there. Okay, that's still, yeah. It was a very strange sound. Uh, Hold on, let's see here. Cousin Larry, hey Cousin Larry, thank you so much. Here. I don't know what it was. It's very. Damn, I wish we could walk out in the woods, but I can't because there's no reception. Anyway, sorry, it looks like I'm looking at myself, but I'm reading these comments on here, so. Uh, Cobalt. Yeah, it sounded like somebody was mumbling in the woods. That's really weird. Anyway, let me go back to my story. So we heard this humming. Um, we were both quiet, and then after it stopped, I said, "Did you hear that?" And I remember Chris said, "Oh yeah," and I went downstairs. There was nobody downstairs, and the lady, I don't remember her name, she was sitting outside in her car, and there was no explanation for it. It was not like a windy night or anything. There was no, whatever we heard was coming right from in front of us. So there was that, and then the incident at the Fort Mifflin was probably more dramatic than the stuff that happened at Point Lookout. But Fort Mifflin was weird. It was two times there. There was I went there a couple of times, maybe 3 or 4 times, and the two times I was there, nothing happened. And then one time, when at the end of the night, I was leaving with my friend, and we were walking across the little, like, kind of the center area, the courtyard or whatever of the fort, and there was a bathroom off to our right. There was a doorway that led into a bathroom. It was the men's room and ladies' room. And next to the ladies' room, there was a men's room when you walk in the door, and then a short hallway that went to the ladies' room. And then on the wall there was a payphone. And when we were walking, I saw someone in the doorway move down the hallway towards the ladies' room, and it just sounded like out of the corner of my eye. And I said to my friend, I said, I just saw somebody in there. And my friend said, "Oh my gosh, Dan!" And we we walked over, and it was dark, and we found the light switch for the hallway, and I thought it was just somebody playing a joke on us or whatever, because there were other people there. Not a lot of people, maybe like 10 other people. And we went to the women's room, and my friend opened the door and turned the light on, and there was nobody in there. And we're just standing there, and I said, "I swear I saw somebody." And as soon as I said, "I swear I saw somebody," that damn phone on the wall started to ring. It was a pay phone. It started ringing, and I picked it up, and it was like, it was just like static, like out of a movie. It was like, and we just looked at each other like, "What the fuck?" And I remember I asked the caretaker, I said, "That phone in that hallway, is that hooked up?" And he's like, "No, they cut the wires years ago." And I said, "It just rang." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "It rang." And we went over there, and he opened the wall, the panel, and sure enough, the wires were cut. They were cut. The phone was not hooked up to anything, and it rang. And it was, that was crazy. The other experience I had there was my friend Valerie and we went down the tunnel to casemate number 5. The fort used to be a place where they stored munitions, these casemates, and then they turned them into prison because they kept Revolutionary War era prisoners there. And when we turn the corner, that you go down this hallway, and then you kind of turn off to the right, and at the end of that hallway is the casemate number 5, which is supposed to be like the most haunted one or whatever. We saw this little ball of light dancing around on the ceiling. It was about the size of a golf ball, and it was bluish white, and it just sort of danced across the ceiling. And I said to Val, I said, "Did you see that?" And she's like, "Yeah." And then we walked into the casemate, and there's the light again, and it bounced, sort of just danced up the wall really fast and left a trail behind it. And it went up to the top of the ceiling, and it disappeared. It was visible for maybe like a second, like 2 seconds, 1 second. And but it was bright. It was like not dim. It was very bright. And we just got this weird feeling. And I remember I had a recorder running, and I said, is that you on the recording? I said, was that you? The light or whatever. And then this horrible voice, it's clear as day. You don't have to like put filters on or anything. It's clear as fucking day. And it says, that's me. And this very tired man says, that's me. And it wasn't either of us that said that. And then our friend Andrew came down the tunnel. We were in that room, and this blue light, very dim, appeared on the mantle of this fireplace. And we were like sitting there watching it, and I was like, get brighter. Can you make it bright? And it would get brighter, and then it would go dim. And then Andrew went up and tried to touch it, and it vanished. It disappeared. And I don't know if it was, but see, I tell this story. That fort is surrounded by a moat. So there's a moat around this fort. So perhaps, what we were seeing was like oh God, I keep looking at this side. Perhaps what we were seeing was like a gas, like a swamp gas or some kind of a gas having interaction with this sort of cold, wet, damp environment in there. I really don't know, but this was this was a long time ago. It was probably like 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. So, pretty much don't think I brought a camera, like a video camera. I don't think we didn't really film anything back then because, like, why would you film in the dark with the camera technology back then was so bad. You couldn't film in the dark and get anything. It just looked like shit. So, Man of Leisure, thank you. Do I think Fort Armstead is haunted? I don't. I don't think it's haunted. I think it's a dirty orgy pit is more like it, but I don't think it's haunted. Why would it be? There's nothing. It never saw any war. It never, it just. Why would it be haunted? One Bad Cat, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Is there a video of Ricker or something? Is there video? No, there's no video. I'm sorry. No, we didn't. I think it was after that I started to like be like, well, maybe we should be filming this stuff. But like back then, you couldn't like. They did have night vision. I assume it would have shown up in night vision. It was very bright, but no, we weren't filming. We were not filming. But I do have two witnesses that will testify who saw what I'm talking about. It was, I mean, I don't know if it was paranormal or not. It could have been like it just looked like, if you've ever seen swamp gas, like it behaved that way. And there are little portholes in the casemates that maybe there are little portholes in the casemates. So perhaps Good night, Scott. Perhaps, maybe that's like what it was, like a gas or something. Because it just sort of danced. It wasn't, now, another thing I want to make clear, it wasn't in midair. It was only on the wall of the fort, of the ceiling. It wasn't like in the middle of the air, like it didn't fly past our faces. It was only on the wall. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it was. But Val and I both saw it. Valerie and I both saw it, and I'm still friends with Val. I've known Val since I was a teenager. So it was just one of those things where we're just like, I think we weren't scared. We were just like, what the fuck? Like, it was so weird. It was just like a weird thing. Do you ever find Bigfoot turds here? I don't really look for them. I'm not like walking around like, has Bigfoot taken a dump here lately? I don't really, I'm not really looking for turds. I'm not on a turd search. Oh shit, I forgot to plug the phone back in. Ugh, God, it goes over here. I'm trying to think of, oh, I have a great story from, the Men in Black freak me out. They're probably the freakiest thing about UFOs. I mean, we know so much now about. We don't know a lot, but we've seen like UFO footage that the government hid from us, which they're calling it UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But there's so many cases that the Ariel School in South Africa, that's a really amazing case. Travis Walton, another one that's just like, what the hell? It's crazy. But that's a good segue into my next story. And I don't think I've ever seen a UFO, but this story is actually quite humorous. So we were up here. This must have been late 80s, early 90s, probably late 80s. And my friend Christy came with me, and we were out in the field, and we were looking over towards the other mountain, and we saw this light in the woods by the river, far off. And we were like, what is that? And I ran into the house and grabbed binoculars. And I came back out and I'm looking at this thing through the binoculars. And Christy's looking at it too. And I'm like, it looks like little people are walking around something that's on the ground. Like, that's what it looked like. And we went and got my dad and we said, Dad, there's something out there in the woods or whatever. My dad looks and he's like, it looks like a Hershey kiss, like a lit up Hershey kiss. That's what it looked like. It was like all these little lights all together on this shape, this thing that looked like it landed on the ground. So immediately I'm like, oh, it's a flying saucer. So my father, his cousin, Billy's daughter, me, and Christy, we decide, my dad says, we're going to walk over to where this thing is and see if we can find it, see if we can see it closer. And we walked over to where this thing was, and we didn't see anything. There was nothing there. We're just looking around like, well, there's nothing. Where is it? And so my dad says, okay, let's go back to the cabin. So we walk back, and we look over to where this thing was, and it's still there. And we're like, what the fuck? And my dad's looking in binoculars, and my dad at this time is perplexed. He's like, what is that? And we're all just like, look at it, it's so weird. And So Billy, who just passed away recently, Billy was a good guy. His ashes were actually spread down at the end of the property here. His daughter wanted to spread his ashes because he loved coming up here. But he said, let me turn the light off on the house. We had these exterior lights on the house to light up the field and stuff. And as soon as Billy turned the light out, the the Hershey kiss shaped UFO was gone. It was gone. And we were like, what the fuck? Turn the light back on. He turned it on, and there it is. What it was a mobile home. It was an old mobile home, and it had one of those. It had like one of those like bay windows on the front of it. So the light was reflecting off that bay window, and it's just because the weather, it was hot. It was a hot night. It was distorting it and made it look like something else. So looking at it through binoculars, it was so freaky looking, because we were like, it looked like a landed flying saucer with little men walking in front of it. And we were like, we were terrified walking over to that fucking. I remember, oh my God, Stephanie, Billy's daughter, found this like lit up green thing on the ground, and she was like, look, and I'm like, oh my God, I thought like, oh, an alien bled or something, but it was just a lightning bug. But that was crazy when we saw that. It was so funny. I'll never forget that story. When we saw the UFO, but it wasn't a UFO. But again, that incident that happened at Fort Mifflin, it wasn't really. I mean, I can't say for sure, was it paranormal? I don't know, because I just don't know. Like, it could have been I think there was a more rational explanation for it, but I don't think that, we know that gas can come out of swamps and it can glow and do weird things. So maybe there was some gas that came out of the swamp or the moat around Fort Mifflin. Maybe that's what happened. I just don't know. But Mr. Charlie Gallo, I'm in West Virginia. I love Shorty Sue. You're the shit too, bitch. Thank you. Oh, Jack Smith. Don't even get me started on the humming. See, before clouds and before, like, this is a time when I believe that I caught that audio on tape. It may have been tape. Maybe it wasn't. I can't remember. I do remember having it on a computer, but this is going back 16, 17 years, 18 years. And I am not the most organized person, so I went to look for it and couldn't find it. So, and I don't know what ended up, Chris. I don't remember. I don't even know what happened to him. So it's a real shame. I wish I had been more responsible and kept things. I do know, though, that I have. Let me see if would that be on YouTube? I don't think it would be. Oh, we're not going to find it this way. We're going to have to go. Oh, I need water. JAR-15. Yeah, I mean, I don't. The weirdest thing I ever saw was last year when I was up in the woods close to here. But other than that, I haven't really experienced anything. I mean, there's a whole trend on like TikTok and stuff of people who have all these insane like paranormal experiences in Appalachia, and they're like, oh, we put the shades down and blah blah blah. But I mean, I don't know anyone that adheres to that out here. And people out here just don't care about stuff like that. It's like there's not nobody out here is like, oh, there's Wendigos and skinwalkers and dogmen and all this stuff that are supposed to be running around in the woods. I personally have never experienced anything except for last year when Dan and I were up. We were about 20 miles from here in a wildlife management area and saw something out in the woods. But it could have been a hunter. I mean, it could have been anything really. So I don't really know. But cousin Larry, hey, what if we donate $2? What if we donate $2? I think he deserves it. I'm logging out, Dan. Thanks for putting up with me. Stay safe. Look, cousin Larry, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Most of the people tell Bigfoot stories. Yeah, giant stonehead. I mean, I've heard Bigfoot stories here basically since we've been coming up here since I was young. But I don't like last night or the night before last. I walked up into the woods by myself in the dark, and I wasn't scared or anything. But I will say, sometimes when you're sitting out here like this time, it can be a little unnerving, for sure. It can be a little unnerving, but I don't know. Jack, what do you think of David Paulides and Missing 411? I the thing with him is that he sort of always he it used to be that David Paulides was very he took everything from a very rational point of view. He would never talk about Bigfoot or UFOs or any kind of that kind of stuff. So it was like a mystery, but it wasn't. He would never jump to the conclusion that it was something paranormal or otherworldly. Now that's been thrown out the window because he's realized that these stories and his take on them becomes much more popular if you add in an element of UFOs or Bigfoot. And they were always sort of, when he was on Art Bell, they were sort of alluded to that, like, could it be Bigfoot? And well, I don't want to say, he's been debunked a few times too, which if you look into the debunking stuff done on him, there's some pretty compelling debunking stuff that has been put out there that makes me start to question his stories and how he sort of takes, I just know, like, if you're out in the woods and you get lost, it doesn't take much to get lost in the woods. You can get lost pretty easily. You can get turned around. You can lose your sense of direction. And when people get lost, they panic. When people get lost, they panic and do the exact opposite of, all their behaviors are based on panic and anxiety, which can make things seem when they're found, if they're dead, it can make things seem very strange. It's kind of like when they were talking about the girl in the Cecil Hotel who they found in the water tank up on the roof of the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles. And they found her and she was nude. She didn't have any clothes on. Well, the reason she didn't have any clothes on was because she was going through hypothermia. And when you are hypothermic, you become very, you get the sensation that you're very hot. And so she most likely removed her clothing to try to cool herself down while she was in the midst of dying in this water tank from having a schizophrenic or bipolar episode of some kind. But getting lost in the woods is scary, and Elisa Lamb, correct. So I don't know. I don't know David Paulides, some of his stuff. I mean, I used to be absolutely fascinated by his stuff, and now I'm just kind of like, well, I don't really know. I don't know what to think of it because it's so. Some of it's really out there now, and he's making movies about UFOs, and UFOs being the answer is just kind of it's a little strange. So I don't know. I don't know. Man of Leisure again. Thank you, Man of Leisure. Uh, G- Green Bank and Sugar Grove, West Virginia have government connections. NSA. It makes you wonder. Also, the government bunker at Greenbrier, White Sulphur Springs. Oh yeah. I've been to Greenbrier. Um, what is this? I'm retiring to Green Bank, West Virginia in a few years. Live near wireless refugees. Wireless refugees. What does that mean? I just think, I think West Virginia. Well, let me finish the David Paulides thing. I think the way he presented stuff back in the day was interesting, but I think he just was really pushing it more and more. These stories about him trying to get information from these national parks, and then they're like, well, you got to pay us, $50,000, $50,000 for this government file that would be public information. Is that real? Like, did that really happen? I don't know. So, some of it's kind of crazy. And when he was doing Art Bell, the show was really interesting. Now that he's with George Norrie, and George Norrie is always doing shows about like angels and all this weird shit, religious and political shit. It just sort of makes his stuff seem a little weird, like suspect, maybe. But that's just my opinion. I mean, you may have a different opinion. That's fine, but you know, I think it's cool that it's brought awareness to missing people cases in national parks because there's a lot of missing people in national parks. But you have to understand something. When you die in the woods, there's not going to be much left of you once the animals come in and converge to take care of your dead body. You're going to be taken apart, ripped apart in all different directions. If you fell into a river, if you fell into a crevasse, if you fell, there's all kinds of stuff that could happen that's completely logical and rational instead of jumping to, oh, Bigfoot took them, or or oh, a flying saucer came down and they were abducted and never returned, you know. But it's just strange stuff. Missing 411 used to be just different. Now it's just strange shit. Bus error. Your thoughts on ESP? Yes or no? Hope all is well. Bus error. I don't really have much of an opinion on ESP. It would be extrasensory perception, right? ESP. So I don't know. I mean, maybe there are people that do have that extra sensory perception thing. Maybe, I don't know. I really don't know what to think about it. Elegant Swiss people. God. ESP, a lovely song by D-Light, yes. The haunting in Georgia thing is weird too. That little girl who would see, was that the one with the Gordy, the ghost called Gordy, and she would see people. I just wish like there was a ghost case where it was like atheists who witness ghosts instead of religious zealots, or not zealots, but I mean people who were deeply religious. I would call the haunting in Georgia people who were like deeply religious. So every time you hear these cases or these wild ghost stories, it's always, people who are like deeply religious who they're running to, a priest or a reverend or something. They're always like going on this religious aspect of it, and it's like, can't are there any atheists who've ever had ghostly experiences? You know what I mean? Maybe. Oh, I would love to have a phantom hitchhiker appear in my back seat, but unfortunately, it never happens. I mean, I've done everything I can to explore like haunted stuff, like go to different places, and I've gone to so many haunt places that are supposed to be haunted to like see if I could experience anything. And I have experienced some things, but those few experiences that I've had have only come after going to places for years, pretty much a couple times a month, even sometimes even more than that. Oh, you own a Heaven's Gate T-shirt. Now that's a prize, especially if it was in the house. If it was in the house, you have something special. Yeah, Dr. Lee, I hope to get back to doing stuff like that. I will. Bus error. Any regrets digging too deep into this stuff? No. No, I don't have any regrets. I mean, what? It just sometimes, I just get to a point where I feel stupid. Like I'm just like, what a waste of time. That's just how you start to feel after so many times doing it and nothing ever happens. You just say, well, this is a waste of time. But then I've had experiences, but there's never been like an experience I've had where I just concrete can say, yes, that was this or that was that. Like I just have never had like a experience where I'm just concrete, like that was a ghost or that was this or, whatever. I've never had anything happen like that. So. Bus air, true crime stuff is really tough. I don't, that kind of stuff is, I just know when I was filming the Down in the Devil's Well stuff, that was tough. That just took me to a place that I didn't want to go to. And part two, when I was down in that gully in the park off Winterbourne and I found all those pieces of human skull and stuff. I mean, that was just fucking crazy. It was so awful. I was like, this is like beyond insane. And I really got tired of being in that park. I just didn't want to be there anymore. I got so sick and tired of going there. Um, Jim Sullivan, Glowing Turtle. I think it sounds very familiar, Jim Sullivan. I'm sure I've heard of it. If you just tell me, just give me a quick synopsis, I'll probably know what you're talking about. Um, yeah, you can't drink the water here. It smells like metal. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Again. Well, I can just use this blue light to get there. Are you done? Come here, Mama. Will come out? Come on, baby. Let's sit outside. Come on. All right, let's take another walk back into the. Did anything good happen while I was gone? Did we see any? Did we hear anything? Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, Uplands Mansion, those are all gone. Uplands and the Children's Asylum, all of them are gone. Mama, you want to come? Come on, babes. Go on. Aw, she can't go down. Wow, is that the moon? Lighting everything up like that? It is. Has to be. It's so bright. There it is, the moon. Okay. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. It's creepy out here. Sometimes I sit in that bedroom and I think, oh God, this is right through the wall. I think, ugh. I would go outside the fence. The problem is that I don't want to lose connection. I can't wait for colder weather so I can hike in there again. You just can't hike in there now. It's too many ticks. I think people who tend to think in a more rational way, they tend not to have weird experiences because I don't think they're very open to it, which is the way I used to be. Definitely more, uh, I'm definitely more open to it now. I allow myself to be open to it because I really wanted to see if there was anything to it. And I did have some strange experiences. I've definitely had some strange experiences, but uh, I don't, I just think that a lot of people, that moon's right behind there. I don't, and it's like is that a star or something else? Oh, Mama's already inside. She's had enough. She's like, when the fuck are we going to bed? Mama's already had enough. Hold on. I still have that thing running. Okay, let's put this in. Put it right in the center. Otherwise, it'll cut this off. Okay, we'll put it down here. There we go. Cabin. It's like a cabin-ish. It's not like a traditional cabin. So I just. It's the. Wow, this is a nice light. For some reason, I bought two of these and this one works and the other one didn't work. And I never returned it, so I have this one now. Thanks, Cousin Larry. Have a good night. I wish. Hopefully I'll get some videos out next week. I have to go home because I have a doctor's appointment on Tuesday. Oh God, put the gunshots in the parking garage. That was a lot of fun. Oh, this looks creepy. Why can you hold it like this? It looks like I'm holding a phone. Like, the shame of being a Sasquatch with small feet. Fancy Baits. I look so much younger. Fancy Baits. Oh my god, it's from the toy. I look younger because I quit smoking and I don't drink. That's all it took. And I eat good and exercise and let's see. I'm ready to do an updated video at the Farnsworth house in Devil's Den. It's been a while since I've done any video out there, and since it's all the ghost hunters started crowding out the area too much. My Janky World. I've stated that I have stated that Farnsworth house. Nothing happened. Like nothing. Hey Neil, what's up? How are you? Thank you. Sex is for squares. Kristen, drinking water and quit soda. Exactly. You literally like I have. It's insane. Like when you quit, I didn't think it was gonna be so dramatic, but quitting soda and greasy food and eating raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, bananas, avocado, and what else? Sweet potatoes. And then and I use retinol, and matrixyl retinol, red light therapy, and glycolic acid. And it's not even that much money. You don't have to spend a fortune, but retinol's the shit. Soda is Satan's spit. Chris, that is so funny and it's so fucking true. Oh my god. Soda is Satan's spit. It really is. Lizzie the Ordinary, yes. Fancy Baits, getting your health back is not only beneficial for you, but also it's huge for that little Queen Molly. Yeah, true. Fancy Baits, she's the only one who kept me going through this whole fucking thing because I had to take care of her, you know? I just didn't want to disappoint everybody. My sister especially. I was so afraid something was going to happen to me, and then Pam, I would, not that I'd be around to worry about it, but, you know. But Mama's been by my side for 12 years now. She's been with me, so it's crazy, but yeah, the Ordinary products, excellent stuff, good stuff, and I use their real strong retinol. The I started with the low dose of it, and then I worked my way up to the strong shit because my sister said you should use retinol, and my skin was looking like shit before. My skin was gray. So I drink tea as well. Yes, tea is very good. Um, and the reason I wanted to take care of my skin was because losing weight at this age, you can look like a corpse. You can lose it. You can lose all this weight, and then you look like you're 75 years old. And you're like, oh, I'm thin, but you look like you're an extra in Cocoon. So, and I don't. I just take care of my shit. That's it. Like you can get really like, oof. Yeah, loose skin sucks, but it's just part of losing weight. But you can keep your face looking snatched. What's the one question you wish we would ask you? Bus error. Oh God, I don't know. I don't know. That's a hard question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But it's so funny. My sister and I, we were. It was Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday maybe, Wednesday. I can't remember. We went to walk on that road. What is like this huge. I mean, it's like really hard workout. It's so steep, and we walked up all the way up. It's like a mile going up, like steep up. Takes a minute to get up there. So we walked all the way down to the river, and then we come back. We had to walk up the other hill, which is like hell. It's even worse than the first hill. This fucking storm comes through. I filmed everything, so I wanted to put it out, but I just filming the second part because it's not long enough. But this storm came through. It was horrible, horrible fucking storm, and these two young men in this truck, or it was like an SUV. They were young. They were probably only like 18, 20 years old, young. They stopped because the weather, it was so bad. I mean, it was like our phones were going off. There was a tornado coming. It was really bad. So they stopped, and the guy said, do you guys need a ride? And we were like, yes, yes, please. And we got in the truck. I said to my sister, get in the front seat. I'll sit in the back, because the other guy was in the back. And then there was the guy driving. They were looking for a place to fish. And they were really nice. And my sister, the guy said, he's like, oh, I live in Morgantown, but I grew up here. And my sister said, yeah, we've been coming up here since the 80s. And he looked at us and was like, the 80s? Like, he was like, so. He was like, the 80s? Like it was some different, like it was like some far away era, which it kind of is at this point, but it was just so funny because he was like the 80s, like, my God, how old are you two? And it just stuck with me because after we got in the truck and it was pouring down rain. I mean, it was raining so fucking hard. And I said, I've told Pam, we got in the truck and I was like, the 80s? And we just started laughing because it was just so funny that, that these young guys who were born in probably like, you know, 2006 or 7, are like completely confused when they meet someone who is probably older than their parents. So we were just like, oh God, that's it. That's aging sucks. But my sister and I mean, I think it's just genetics. We tend to we look. I mean, I think we've held up pretty well, considering we always say like, what if we had What if we had lived like a natural life, like we never smoked, we never drank, we never did drugs? Like, can you imagine how we would look if we had just done that? But because now you got to pay for it. Now you pay for it now. God, I hate this light up here. See, it looks so much better there. It doesn't look good here. It looks better here. From the 1900s, exactly. Oh, I can't get this. Oh. Let me try this. Oh, that's perfect. But the only reason my skin looks good is just because I've been taking care of it. Sephirio. Sephiro. Dan, I'm completely straight edge, 42. Never did any of that, and I look like shit because I'm bald since age 22. Oh, you lost the genetic lottery. You know, bald isn't bad though. Like, you can be bald and look good. So don't be too hard on yourself. I see some bald. See, I got a huge head. So if I was bald, I don't know. But if you well, that's why you're bald. You're straight edge. You should have drank and did drugs. They're great DHT blockers. You should have snorted minoxidil like I did. That's what you get for living a life of boredom. You get all your hair falls out. You boring motherfucker. Like, I'm straight edge. Yeah, and you're bald too, so fuck you. As people were like, oh, I'm straight edge. I'm just like, oh, God, how can you do it? Oh my God, fancy baits. I'm really liking my hair right now. I really am. Look at it. It's fun. Let me turn this up. Look. Look. This is messy, but I like it. Dan Bieber. But my sister does my hair. I don't trust anyone else to do it. She's always done a great job. My sister is a really, really talented hairdresser, but she left the field of hairdressing and is now a nurse. So she is in nursing. So she loves. I don't know if she loves it, but she's in nursing. But the hair, she started doing my hair again. It was a while ago. It's been years. I used to go to a salon and get my hair done, and my sister always said, "It's too dark. It's too dark," and I'd be like, so when she did my hair, because I've been going to this lady at the salon for years. I mean, like over a decade. And I felt committed to her, you know. But my sister said it's too dark, too dark. And then and then like the color would always wash out. I've been dyeing my hair since I was 14, 13, 13 or 14. I think 13, I bleached my hair out. I wanted my hair to be white. Was that you making that noise? I wanted my hair to be white. And so I've been coloring my hair for most of my life. I've had my hair every color of the rainbow. I have always dyed my hair. I've had crazy colors. I was black for a long time. Then it was blonde. Then it was orange, blue. Then I found a box of toupees from the 60s and I shaved my head and wore toupees all the time for a couple of years. And then I went back and grew my hair back again. So the toupee era was great because you never have to think. You could just throw on your wig and you're like, oh, I'm ready. I'm done. Um, Baby powder cornstarch. Oh, yeah. But yeah. So Pam does my hair now, and she does a good job. And she's the one who said you should let it grow. We should let it grow out. And I always felt like it should be straight, but now that it's like kind of, I have like wavy, like my hair gets curly at the end. No, I kind of like it, so I just let it grow. We'll just see how long it gets. Yeah, I saw Dylan. Dylan, you guys remember Dylan? He sent me pictures of his hair, and I was like, oh my gosh, like his hair is so long, it looks great, it looks beautiful. But he grew his hair really long, so I don't know if I'm gonna get it long. I just want it to be big and messy. I don't want it to be messy. Oh God, you Autumn, is that your name, Autumn? Autumn fried her hair and it fell out. Yeah, I like it. I mean, I normally don't have hair this long, but I think it just looks nice, and I'm thankful I can grow hair at this age. Because on February 9th, 2027, I'm going to be 50 years old. I don't even want to think about it. What a depressing thought that is. Oh, God. 50 years old. Why didn't I just die of an overdose in the club? Oh, I would love to be 40 in 2 years. The fuck you crying about? But you know what? I was thinking about this, and honestly, like, I think I have been through so much in this life. So much. I've only had very few times where I was truly content, like not on edge. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing, but it's always been a fight. It's always been a fight. And I have to remember that when I started going out, AIDS was still a really big thing. I mean, AIDS was very prevalent. It was 1993. So we were still a few years away from, but people in 93 were educated. So nobody that I knew of would have unprotected sex. I didn't have sex at all. I was terrified. Um, Because at that time, I remember a friend of mine at that time got diagnosed, and he, his whole life, he just fell apart. And it's just like, men who are older than me who went through that time, men in their 60s who lost all their friends and stuff. I didn't experience that, but I experienced the tail end of the epidemic, and it's still an epidemic, but times are different now. I mean, it's not like it was back then, where there was really very little hope. If you were diagnosed, you had 3 years, if you were lucky. So, and all the clubs you went to always had a big bucket full of condoms. So we always had condoms. They would always give you condoms, but I survived that. I survived drugs. I survived horrible relationships. I survived so much. Being neurodivergent and having no education, but yet right now feeling like I'm back at square one again. And I'm going to have to rebuild my whole life again because things got bad, but it's okay. I can do it. Anyone can do it. But it's been a wild life. I've had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of heartache. I've lost friends who I still think about all the time. There's so many people that have died who they pop into my head, and I think, oh, I miss that person so much. There's so many people. You don't realize, like, when you sit and think about how many people you've lost, and then you talk to like somebody who, like one of my younger friends, who they haven't lost anyone yet. It changes you. It makes you think about things a little bit differently. Chris, it's sad, Dan. Whenever you go, there you are. Contentment comes when that makes sense. Wherever you go, there you are. Wherever you go, there you are. Chris, that's really something profound. I haven't heard that before. But it does change you. You kind of look at life. I think the one that fucked me up the most was Adam the Woo passing away this past December. That fucked me up. That fucked me up. It fucked me up because there was no escaping it. It was all over online. It was everywhere. And I remember waking up Christmas morning at my parents' house and just feeling completely fucked up. Like, I was fucked up. I just couldn't, and it's like, and if I ever, at that point, I had already gone to the doctor. I believe I had my CPAP machine, and I was trying to make major improvements to my health, and that loss kept me focused. It keeps me focused now. But that sucked. Still sucks. I still can't believe it. And 51 is too young. It's too young. And there's lots of things I'm thankful for. Like, he got to go to Europe and he got to do everything he wanted to do in his life. And he had a very rich, full life. But I think there was a lot of things that he didn't get to do because I think his job, his career really consumed most of his time. His private life was kind of consumed by his career, but he had to keep going, you know. But the fact that what killed him could have been treated, that's the hard part. Because you just like, you think to yourself, what a waste, you know, what a waste. Um, if I hadn't gone to the doctors at that point, I probably would have been like, okay, I need to go to the doctors. But a lot of people say, oh, you're doing this because of Adam, and it's not it at all. I started this before he passed away. I just got tired of being tired and sick. So I wanted to change because I want to make stuff. My 50s are going to be a creative powerhouse era. I want to create all kinds of shit. So I can't do that if I'm sick. And there's a lot of things, you know, it's like when I was doing live streams and stuff on here, I was always pretending to be okay because I didn't want to see people say, Dan seems tired. Dan looks awful. Dan looks like he's dying. Dan, I would see these comments. And I knew they were right, but I didn't want to see it. Not because it hurt, but because it scared the shit out of me. I was terrified. I didn't want to see a doctor. I was so scared of going to the doctors. Now I understand why. Now I understand I have health OCD and I'm afraid. I was afraid of doctors and I pushed through that. But at the time, I remember people would tell me online, they would say, Dan, you should start taking iron and this vitamin and all this stuff. And I would order these things that these people are just putting comments up, just looking at my appearance saying I should take iron or take, what was the other thing? Iodine. I think it was it iodine? I can't remember. It was like a tea dropper and you would put it in your water or something. And it tasted horrible. And I would drink it thinking maybe this will be the answer. Always looking for the answer. DJ, I disagree. I looked pretty bad. Let's see. Robert. Hey, Robert. Can you sing I'm the baddest bitch to us sausages? I'm the baddest bitch. Are you talking about that? I'm the baddest bitch in this room. And you belong to me. Cause everybody wants you. I'm the baddest girl in this world. Is that the song you're talking about? The doctor was hard, man. It was really hard. It was scary. I was terrified. I was terrified. Hey, Dan, any ghostly or big hairy monsters? Unfortunately, no. Taco Bell. I wish. My Mets iodine will kill you. Probably. Maybe it wasn't iodine. I can't remember what it was. They said you need something, and it was like it's in a dropper, and I bought it, and I bought the other thing they said to get, and I started taking it, and I felt sick. There was nothing. There was nothing that was going to work besides me going to a fucking doctor. And once I went to the doctor and I listened to the doctor and I said, just take it. But I would always pretend on those streams, those old streams. This is why I took them down for a while because I mean, I'm putting them slowly up on Patreon because people really want to see them. And that's not like a pitch. That's just where I feel comfortable because that group of people there, you know, it's a little bit better. But I might publicly put them out again someday. But it's hard for me to look at those things. It's really hard because a lot of them, I was struggling to get to the truck to start the stream. And I would find this place where I said, okay, Now you're on. Perform. Make people laugh. Appear to be healthy. Appear to be okay. Say what you need to say to get people to say, okay, he's fine. He's fine. Like that's what I did, and I wasn't fine. I was in a dark, miserable fucking place. So I'm just glad that I'm not there in that place anymore. They were pretty bad hours, man. They were awful. I mean, it was an awful time. It was just full of worry every day, and it was just a horrible, horrible fucking time. Horrible. And I'm glad that it's over. That period is over, and I have that to be grateful for, because it almost feels like when you're physically well, which I'm getting there, but I feel really good. I feel good. I feel like I have energy. I feel alert, you know? When you feel physically well, you can handle mental unwell a lot better. Because if you're in shape, if you can walk a couple miles, if you can you there's always something I can say, okay, I feel bad today. Let me go to the gym. Let me force myself and go for a long walk. Let me do this. So that's that's what I do. And it's it's not easy, but I do it because I really believe that I'm going to hit this spot where everything is going to it's all going to come together for me. And I want to come back and make new things and come up with new ideas. And I was always just running into walls before this because I had gotten so bad. I got so bad that I just I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it anymore, you know? Bus error. I wish you still did ride alongs. Oh my God. Those are hilarious, but I get it. Too much hassle. Too likely someone gets their feelings hurt. Bummer though. Yeah, bus error. It was fine for a minute, but now I wouldn't have any interest in doing that again. Though I could use the money. I think, didn't people pay for that? No, they didn't pay for it. Those were the days with Dan where I used to sell like a tour, and I sold out. Like everyone came. I met some really fun people. People came from England and Australia and Italy and uh, all over the country to come on a tour of Baltimore with me driving. I was insane, but those were fun days. But I wouldn't do that now. It just too much, and but then again, I don't know. Maybe in the future, maybe we'll see. Drew and Werner just came here. They didn't. They came here because of me, but they didn't pay to they didn't pay for a tour or anything. I wasn't doing them at that time. But I agreed to meet them. Bus error, make them sign a disclaimer. I think they would sign a. Yeah, they would have to sign something. But that time was Drew and Werner were really fun. They were a lot of fun. I really enjoyed meeting them. We actually hung out 2 nights in a row. Uh, I had a lot of fun hanging out with those two. I missed them. I wish they'd come back. But they came to Baltimore because of my videos, and we found that they found that fucking awesome place on the east side that we went into. That horrible dripping nightmare of a place. It was so great. Um, I don't know. It just, it's those times where I look back over the years and it was so, like, there were times where I was really into, hyper focused on a project. The Dead Mall series, the Leakin Park episodes, the Ali Mornos video. I love that one. There's a lot of videos, and some of the Dead Motel videos too. And they would all just come together, and they were so great. And I was so proud of them. But I was suffering. I think the turning point was when I moved out on my own. When I first lived by myself, I didn't know how to do it. I did not know how to do it. I've always had a partner to, like, do things, like, tell me, hey, you need to go to the DMV. Hey, you need to do this. Hey, you need to do. I didn't have that anymore. I was completely off the rails. You have to understand, like, my parents didn't teach us anything. They didn't teach us anything, you know? So we didn't know what the fuck we're doing. And once I moved out on my own, I didn't know what to do. I was so uncomfortable being alone. And so that's when the masking addictions and bad things started. The binge eating and the smoking picked up and the drinking. That's when all that stuff started to really come back into my life because I didn't know how to cope. I didn't know how to cope. And now there are times where I want to be alone, and then there's times where I don't want to be alone. If I don't want to be alone, I'll just go take a walk, talk to somebody, call someone. I have my friends I talk to every day. Call Pammy, my sister. I thank God for my sister because she has really been so great. I just don't know what I would do without her. I really don't know. I love her so much. I just, Kelly, young parents. Well, I mean, my parents. Oh, thanks, DJ. My parents are, well, they are what they are. I've just learned to accept things for what they are and not be angry about stuff. That's why I went to therapy for years and learned forgiveness. Did something like you need to learn forgiveness, and I've let go of a lot of stuff that I just bothered me so much and was kind of, you can't fully be like happy and like in a space of creativity if you're harboring hate or anger towards somebody else. So you got to let go of all that stuff. And letting go of it's not easy. It's not like I'm going to write it on a piece of paper and burn the paper. I mean, it doesn't work that way. You got to learn forgiveness, and it took me a long time to figure that one out. But once I figured it out, it was the biggest plus I've ever had in my life, I think, was learning that. Because I can be mad at somebody, but then I'm just able to let it go. But I'm a passionate, angry, mad person at somebody else. Like, I get really pissed off, and I just kind of cleared the room. There were so many people around that I just didn't need to have around me anymore. So it's just had to clean house. Energy vampires. And I just have a really good group around me now, and I'm just really happy about it. I'm very lucky to have the people that I have in my life, because I have more than one good friend. You know, it's nice to have friends and people who have known for, since Suzanne, my dear friend Suzanne, who I've known since sixth grade, and we're still really good friends. And it's it's just I know, I know. By January, February, March, everything's going to be good. I know that. I just got to stick with the program. And I think back of all those times, like living alone. It was so stressful. I did not know what to do with myself. I would let anyone stay at the house. I'd be like, please, come over, please, just stay. Stay for a week. I don't care. I just wanted somebody around. And I think it's always easier to work and create if there's somebody else in the house. They don't have to say anything, they don't have to do anything. It's an ADHD thing. I didn't understand it until I read about it. But tasks become much easier when there's somebody else around for some reason. For me, when somebody else is sitting in the room with me while I'm working, I can work for hours and get a lot of stuff done. And it's like, it's just so weird. It's so weird to be able to get the things I need to get done when somebody else is in the room with me. I don't know why that is. Why is that? It's so weird, but it's true. It's so true. So I think when I didn't have that anymore, things got, Kim Twister. What's happened with Kim Twister? Being monetized on socials must be exhausting. I mean, so is a job. So is a job. Anything you do that for money is going to be exhausting. It doesn't matter what you do. It's all exhausting. It's all work. This is work. It's like if I'm making videos, there's always some way to find something annoying about it. Doesn't matter what you do, but the rewards are vast because I get to do what I love to do. It's not like I'm like a social media, like I'm not like like some personality on Instagram or something. I mean, I make little films and stuff. So, but like anytime you're doing a job, it sucks. Any job is exhausting. They're all exhausting. Kim, what happened? I'm trying to find out what Kim was saying. Oh, Kim, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Kim, I'm sorry. That's the worst. It's the worst when you're like really down and someone says, you need to cheer up. You need to cheer up. I was like, do I? Oh my gosh. It's that simple? Oh my God, let me do that right now. You need to stop. You need to. you need to really focus on this one thing. I'm like, okay, thanks for telling me. Why am I paying for therapy when you're here? You know what I mean? Wendy, I was just diagnosed with breast cancer, and I am trying to find my way out of the darkness that I find myself in. Wendy, it, first of all, breast cancer. I don't know any, I've never had it, but it's curable. You need to stay strong, but you also need to make sure that the people around you understand that some days you're not going to be strong. Some days you just need to sit and veg and not do anything. My sister went through cancer when we were younger. Hardest time of my life. It was horrible. Horrible, horrible, scary, terrible. And I'll never forget that year and a half. It was the worst time of my life. And somehow she was cured. She went into remission and she was okay, and she's been okay since. This happened back when she was in her 20s. And all you can do is just thank God you got family. But family will be there for you. They'll take care of you. They'll do everything they can to make sure that you're comfortable, and go through treatment, find the right doctors, and try to do try to be active. I know that might be hard, but just a little bit of activity, a walk. It's something simple as a walk. Take a 15-minute walk in the morning and a 15-minute walk at night. Anything just to keep your body moving. That's important, I think. But you'll get through it. Because if you're here watching me, it means you're probably a miserable person. So miserable people don't, cancer does not kill miserable people. So you just go to the doctor and get your treatments and you'll be fine. But keep it moving. Bus error. You're more normal than you realize. It's just a matter of finding your people. The higher the heat, the greater the pressure, the brighter the diamond. That's, Bus error, very true. Thank you for that. I was trying to see. But yeah, cancer fucking sucks, dude. It's horrible. There's another reason I quit smoking, because I don't want to get fucking cancer. But you never know what's going to happen. You always say, oh, it will never be me. And then, you know, let's talk about something else. This is depressing. B. Bernard, I agree. Skater Alex, no, I have not. I've never done that. I was in Seattle, but I didn't go to the. I've been to Seattle. I've just never gone to the Twin Peaks locations. Hey, Sky Fergus, how are you? That's another thing I have to do is a colonoscopy. I have to get a colonoscopy. I'm gonna do it this fall probably. I'll schedule and go do a colonoscopy. But I've never had a colonoscopy, and I did do a what do they call it? A Cologuard test, and that was negative. But a colonoscopy is much better. So I've got to go get a colonoscopy. Sky Fergus, I'm doing eh. Yeah, I got to get one. La Hall, or am I going to check out any abandoned malls? To be honest with you, I'm just over the mall thing for now. I did 10 episodes. I have one more episode I'm going to put out, but it's just the malls don't have the same punch as they did a decade ago. A decade ago, it was kind of like a new thing that was happening, and it was sort of a new phenomenon that was going on. So it was really in the news at that time, and I just kind of struck gold at that period where I started making mall videos and things like that. So it was a good time. But now there ain't a mall that 900 fucking people haven't tramped through before me. So I don't know. Yeah, Wolfen, everybody is filming dead malls. Dead motels, I would love to, but I can't like do it right now. And I don't even know where they are. Like I would have to, the reason I started filming those is because I would take all these road trips. I was always on the road doing a road trip. And I would see a motel and I would go, oh, I'm going to film that because I love motels. I'm like obsessed with motels. And so I would stop and film a motel. And so it was kind of just by chance. It was just, there was so much traveling going on that I would find these motels and I would film them. But, I eventually one day will go back out on the road for a little bit and do like a road bunch of videos. But right now I am exhausted and I am trying to get my mental health fixed. My physical health gets better every day. So I'm doing well physically. I'm not sick. I'm not, I do well. My mental health, as I was explaining earlier, when all your vices are gone, I have no coping mechanisms. So it's something I need to talk to. I made an appointment with a psychologist, and so that's going to be a weekly thing, and to figure things out. I'm going to figure things out. But right now, I'm just. It's God. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. And like I thought, somebody asked me out on a date recently, and I said no. And then I thought, well, maybe a date would have been fun. Maybe I should have went on a date. And I said, you know what? No. And I explained to them why I was saying no. I just said this is not like the right time. And of course, when you do something like that, you analyze it. I do for weeks afterwards. I start analyzing. So I wish Xanax could be implanted in my brain. Jesus. Yeah, me too. But yeah, so I'm just, and another thing, like, it's so weird, like people. I think again, it's more that the ADHD thing. When I was young, I felt old. I felt like I connected better with older people. So a lot of my close friends were older people. They were like 50 years old and older. And now that I'm older and I have friends, but all my friends are a little quirky anyway. So none of us are, we're all delusional about age. A lot of my friends who are my age, were just like, oh, age, what's that? I'm 39, like that kind of attitude. And we all are just kind of weird and out there. But like when I meet a 50-year-old who's like responsible, has a real job, has a family, all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, who is this old person? Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe you don't know what I mean, but for me, it's like, I'm just like, God, they're so old. Like, but it's because they kind of, they are content with being in that life, that sort of, you know, I don't want to say average because it sounds mean, but it is average. It's an average life where you do everything that everyone else does. That's an average life, right? But I don't want to be. It's not a me. It's not an insult. It's just that's what they're happy with, and I don't know if I could be happy with that. Wolf tail wagger, yeah. So wolf tail wagger says nicotine is able for you, but can actually improve ADHD symptoms since it's a stimulant. Could be making it especially hard for you to stay away from the cigs. Adderall and Ritalin are the alternative. Wolf tail wagger, yeah, we're on top of it. We are on top of it. Um, but yeah, it's so true with cigarettes and ADHD. Now I don't want to make it sound it's not a struggle now. I mean, I don't think like I didn't maybe it's weird since I came here. Since I came up here, and I haven't been here in a year. And the last time I was here, I was fucking 900 fucking pounds and really unhealthy. And what was I? Um, oh my god. Um, I've already forgotten what I was gonna say. Mother of Christ. Oh, when I came here, I just started craving fucking um, cigarettes and junk food. And I think it's just because I came up here and, that kind of thing. But let's go back to what is this? Let me see. Last year it got really bad. But I don't, it's not every day. I don't like sit and crave cigarettes every day. I really don't. I'm kind of over it at this point. Because, oh my God, I think this was the first time I met Violet. September of 24. That was, yeah, because I was with Brennan too. Um, I was trying to find. Yeah, I mean, this is me last year, and like, it is shocking, isn't it? Like, that was me last year. Can you believe that? That I was that bad? I mean, good lord. I look pretty rough there. And I've worked so hard to get to this point where, you know, I worked so hard. I'm exhausted. That's how I felt last year. Good lord. Now, where is me from? I found this horrible photo. I can't. Ooh, see, well, that's pretty rough. I don't look very healthy there. um, oh, these filters that I did. Oh, there he is. Blast from the past. I hate my camera roll. I need to go in here and delete some of this shit. Oh, there's Dan. Wow, Jesus. Why do I look so horrible here? Look at this. Look at this picture. Oh my god. I look like someone who escaped from a hospital, but it's so big there. Like really big there. Good lord. With my like sleep apnea eye. The one eye that was like kind of, that's cleared up. So, what was I looking at? I don't even remember. Probably my third chin. No, it's not AI. That is a real photograph. It doesn't look like me. I know. Because I was just, that's what you look like when you're like not healthy. Like when you're like fucking heavy and bloated and not taking care of yourself. That's what you look like. So, but these are just a series of pictures that Dan took when we were at when we were up at Fort Armstead. Here's another look. I look like a fucking mountain gorilla. Good lord, look at that. That's a mountain gorilla. I got, it's like, I'm surprised Diane Fossey didn't come out and give me a fucking banana when I was when I was like gorillas in the mist. It just needed to be a foggy morning. It would have been just like being in the jungle. But this whole time, it's been rough. I still got a ways to go. Like I don't have uh like it's not easy. I still got a ways to go. Um, what Hyperion says, what was your highest weight, if you don't mind me sharing? I can't do it right now. Later on I'll do it, but right now I can't share that number because I'm so ashamed. I'm really ashamed of the number. But it was way too much. Way too much. It was 888 pounds. Let's see, it was close. No, I remember going to the doctors and I thought to myself, my God, every time I got on the scale, I said, oh my God. I couldn't believe it. And then I hadn't been on a scale in forever, years. And I got on the scale and I said, oh my God. I could not fucking believe it. And my blood pressure was through the roof. And I just wanted to go outside and leave and smoke a cigarette. So, but I still got weight to lose, but I'm doing a lot better now. I feel a lot better. And people should not be so hard on people who are heavy because you never know why they're heavy. I was heavy because I had mental illness. That's how I dealt with mental illness was eating a lot of food. But like I don't know, like some of the times like I see people online or people on shows and stuff that they're 500-600 pounds and I'm like, how the hell did you do that? I mean, and then but now I understand how they did it because now I totally get it. If I hadn't gotten medical guidance and stopped, that's where I would have ended up probably. CPAP machine changed. That was the biggest change I had was the CPAP machine. It changed everything for me because suddenly after a couple months of using it and getting used to it, I had energy. I would wake up and be like, I was up all day. I didn't want to go to sleep. And so that energy, I felt the energy coming back. And eating, changing my diet, just cutting things out at first. It wasn't, it was, oh, I'm going to go to Popeyes, but I'm not going to get soda. I'm just going to get water. That's how I started. So I would eat Popeyes and just drink water. I wouldn't drink soda. And once I got to a point where I knocked off everything, I mean, the weight started to just fall off me so fast. And eating, when I started the anti-inflammatory diet, that changed everything. Everything changed with the anti-inflammatory diet. My face suddenly went from this puffy, it just started like thinning out in my neck and I could breathe easier at night. Quitting smoking, that was a big thing, but I missed going to the gym and all that stuff. I love going to the gym. You feel so good afterwards. Popeyes doesn't have shrimp. I've never had shrimp from Popeyes. I've only gotten the chicken. DJ Metzler, it's not just salad. It's not. This is the third time in my life I've lost a significant amount of weight. And I literally know that this time I won't go back to the weight I was before. I won't gain weight. I know I won't because something clicked this time. And the reason it didn't click before or it clicked temporarily is because masking. It was easier to start smoking again and drink alcohol than get help, what I should have done. Or binge eat food at night. I would get up and just start binge eating fucking food. And so this time we're treating the OCD and ADHD, which is why I ate so much food. But I just want it to be significant, and I feel so much better. Like I can't describe. It's indescribable. The feeling of it got so bad this time. I mean, I couldn't tie my shoes. Like, that's how bad it was. I could not tie my shoes. I couldn't bend over to tie my shoes. So now I can tie my shoes. Now I pulled my sneakers out too. Like I wear my sneakers all the time now because I can tie my shoes, and you know, it's a good feeling. But I still have a lot of weight to lose, but I'm off to a good start. But I feel good physically. Mentally, I don't feel that well. Mentally, I'm having problems. I'm struggling, but it's okay because as long as I feel good physically and I can get to a gym, I can get exercise, I can stay sane. But there's tough times sometimes. I mean, sometimes I just cry, you know. I'll lay in bed and just cry. And you feel better after you cry. At least I do. I don't know how you guys feel, but yes, straw baby. Eventually your mind will regulate. It will. Everything will level off and level out, and CB mentally, I am insane. I don't feel um I just have a lot on my mind, you know. Uh K KP 1997. KP 1997, do you have any advice for someone who's about to turn 30? Well, I'm about to turn 30 too, so I don't know what to tell you. Get the fuck off my channel. You know what I would tell somebody who's turning 30? I would tell them to have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Don't take life too seriously and chase whatever what you're fucking doing that you love and makes you happy. Do that. You got to make money, but there's so many ways to make money these days. Figure it out and just have fun. Don't take it so seriously, and don't get fucking married. Don't get in some fucking relationship that sucks, that you're miserable in, and you're just staying because out of comfort or because that's the way you think things should be. That's how, that's my advice for you. Have a good fucking time. Go out and dance. Have sex with people. Have a good time. You're still young. You're still 30 is young. You know, you've got your whole life ahead of you. Just have fun. And don't smoke cigarettes. Don't smoke anything. And start using retinol. That's my advice. Retinol and red light therapy. And don't smoke cigarettes and try to limit your alcohol intake. And if you don't have any mental health issues, consider yourself extremely fortunate. Consider yourself extremely fortunate. I would give anything not to have ADHD or OCD. But then someone said to me, well, that's why you've created this, and that's why you did this, and that's why you have all this eclectic work and like this, like, you know, this cult of people that watches this stuff over and over and over again. And I'm like, that's great. Maybe you're right. But I don't know. Because would I just be average if I didn't have OCD and ADHD? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. How many conversations do you have with yourself when you have ADHD? I'm always talking to myself. or I'll have a conversation with like I'll think of a situation and be like, well, this is what you're gonna say in this situation, so I'll start talking that way. It's insane. It's uh, it's so funny. Uh, okay, so KP 1997. You have a lot of age related depression. Okay, so I know all about this because when I turned 30, I was extremely depressed when I turned 30. Um, it'll pass. Like it will pass. When I turned 30, I got really fucking depressed. And I think it's just because you feel like youth slips away at that point. You're no longer 20 something, you're 30 something. And you feel like your youth is slipping away. You feel like you can't have fun anymore. There was a whole period where I was really down about being 30. I was like, I can't believe I'm 30. And I think that there were a lot of people around me who I lost by that age who didn't get to see 30. So when I started to think about it, and I thought, make this good, make this good. So I did, and it was good. But I am much more looking forward to turning 50 than 30 because I'm in control now. I'm in control now. So is tinnitus the ringing in the ears at night? Yes, it is. But yeah, when I was 30, I got really depressed when I turned 30. I even remember the birthday party. I think we went out to dinner. I can't remember. What is really sad is that it was almost 20 years ago. Thinking I should move to a big city, even if that'll be hard to afford. Do it. If that's what you're thinking, do it. If that's what's going to help you, do it. Just move to a big fucking city. But yeah, if that's what you think you need, move to a city. I moved to the city as soon as I could swing it. And back in the day, you moved to the city because you needed a cheap place to stay. There was always cheap places in the city. So that's why I moved to the city. But I love living in the city. This out here, I would go crazy. Like, I'm ready to go. Like, I'm actually would love to just leave after I'm done this live stream. Pack up and just drive home. How do I rank the East Coast cities? Well, I mean, you're talking about affordability. New York, it's not affordable at all. Philly and Baltimore are really nice. Philly is a lot more expensive now, but you can still find cheap places. Baltimore, you can find a lot of cheap places. Boston's kind of pricey. I love Boston, but it's so cold up there in the winter. Um, and what else? East Coast, like Miami. I mean, if you want to do something like that, but Miami is expensive as shit now too. You can't find anything in Miami that's habitable. That's not, you know, at least 3,000 a month. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend Reading, PA. Reading, PA is there's not much going on in Reading, PA. Buffalo is not really a East Coast city. New Haven, I mean, No, I'd rather live in Chicago's a really nice city. Love Chicago. But I'd rather live in Philly or Baltimore. I love Miami, but um I wouldn't want to live there year round. Like I'd be if I could just stay for 3 months and leave, that would be fine. I like visiting Miami. I like New Jersey. Everyone shits on New Jersey, but New Jersey is actually a really cool state. It's got a lot of beautiful places in it. Yeah, Philly's a fun city. Philly's a really cool fucking city. It's really got a lot going on for it. It's got a lot more than Annapolis isn't a city. That's a bullshit. It's a little town. Um uh Philadelphia is really nice. I really like Philly. Um and it's more of a 24-hour town. Baltimore used to be a 24-hour town. It's not a 24-hour town anymore. Everything's dead in Baltimore by 9 o'clock. DC is ugh, it's so expensive. It's expensive and it's Kevin, do I know anyone in Philly? Yeah, I know people in Philly. DC is expensive and it's boring as shit. It's so boring. DC, there's no DC used to be cool. It's not cool anymore. It's boring. Karen, do I miss doing the Dead Mall series? Not particularly. I did 10 episodes back in January, February, March. And I have one more episode I need to put out. But after that, I'm probably going to take a break. I'll probably break for a year and then do some more, maybe. We'll see. But like I said, the field of Dead Mall documentation is pretty crowded at this time. And when I started, nobody was filming malls. Uh, so it was a new mall to film. I was putting videos up where malls had never been shot before. So it was really interesting for people. But now every mall's been filmed 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. It's just, it's like how many fucking videos can you do of one mall? And it's become a lot harder to film malls now too because the security, they know that people are doing this for social media, so they literally shut you down. They're always looking for people filming, and now they're even looking at people with glasses filming, which is how I filmed the original episodes with glasses on. But those glasses I wore back then were much better than the glasses that they have now. The glasses they have now are shit. I'm not talking about the Meta glasses. I'm talking about the when I used to film originally, I would wear pivot heads. They were called pivot head, and they were these glasses. And I tested all these different glasses because I was trying to find one that looked decent. Man, and let me see if I can find. Yep, that's pretty much the pair that I had right there. These right here with the little camera in the middle, and I would wear those to the mall. And They were so cheap, but they worked. And the picture was really good. And then when I upscaled the old episodes to 4K, it came out really good. So I was really happy about that. Yeah, they look like Oakleys. I mean, they were awful looking. They were so ugly. But if you watch that story that ABC News did on me, you can see me wearing the glasses in the story, and I'm like talking about how it looks like I'm like a fisherman, like a sports fisherman, because I have these like Oakley looking glasses on. But I really liked the way they filmed. They were just completely unreliable. I remember going to Sunrise Mall in Texas and filming Sunrise Mall with the glasses. And then we drove straight from there to Austin, Texas. We were in Corpus Christi, drove to Austin, realized that the glasses didn't work, and I lost all the footage. And then a month later, we were in the Yellowstone, and I said, we were watching Old Faithful, and I said, we're driving back to Corpus Christi. I want to film that mall. So we drove all the way back to Corpus Christi, and I filmed the Sunrise Mall, which now I'm glad that I did it. This was back in it was 2016, I think. It was 10 years ago. Now I'm glad I did it, but I don't know if that happened to me now, if I would do it. But that mall was just special to me because it was from Legend of Billie Jean. So I'm glad I went back. A lot of those old malls and those old episodes are gone. Sunrise is gone. A lot of them are gone. Media Mall, Media, Pennsylvania. No, that was called the Granite Run. And then the other video is the Tri-State Mall, that's the only video online of the Tri-State Mall. I had two videos that are unique. The Tri-State Mall and the center at Bowie, or the Bowie Marketplace Mall, which I believe I had the only footage of that place as well. So those two videos are the only videos of those particular small malls, small regional malls, online, which is incredible to have that. But it's just because at the time, I think people just thought I was crazy. Thanks, Lunchy Prices, thank you. And let's see. Well, the Sunrise Mall in Corpus Christi was special. Just because it had that incredible scene, the chase scene in Billie Jean. I love mall chase scenes. Karen, have I done any artwork photography lately? No, I haven't. I am so uninspired. I try to do a new thing of Polaroids in distress, and I just couldn't think of anything. CB Exton Mall, I think, is already closed. That's incredible because I just filmed that place back in maybe April or maybe March, somewhere around there, and it's already gone. So I knew when I was there it wasn't going to be too much longer, but CB. Yeah, I went to Coventry. I went to Coventry. That was a long time ago. That was the first time I think I put Dionne Warwick in the Psychic Friends Network. That was coming to you from the mall. That was the first. I think it was Coventry was the first one that I. It was. It was the first one I used the Psychic Friends Network. But Coventry, I shot that place in 2015 or 2016. Oh, what's a decent Polaroid camera to get? My Polaroid camera broke, so I have to get it fixed. And now everyone's doing, Polaroid photography. So they have like a waiting list to get your camera fixed at Brooklyn Film Camera. I think last time I checked, I need to send it to them because they're the best. I bought the camera from Retrospect, but I have the SLR 680, which is like the premium Polaroid camera. It's the one that folds and then it has the autofocus and the flash. And I just want to get it serviced. It's just a little flap in the front popped off. So the pictures don't roll out anymore. They just fly out when you take a picture. So I need to get that fixed. But I love the Sun camera, the 600 Sun cameras. I think those are great if you're not like, like wanting to have to focus and do all that shit. But Polaroid, I need to get back to taking Polaroids again. I really miss taking Polaroids. I haven't taken Polaroids in so long. It's just because work became about survival. It stopped being about creativity. Less, like I had moments when Brennan and I went to Atlantic City. I love the videos I shot there. I thought those were really good. And I think I went up by myself too and shot another video there. But there were moments, but it was mostly me trying to pretend everything was okay. It wasn't. Is a tattoo sentimental? Not really. In a way, it is. I mean, a friend of mine and I got this tattoo. Well, he got something different, but it was just a little love affair that happened in South America. And we went to this like really bad neighborhood and got tattoos together. We still talk, but it was fun. It was a good time. Jesus Christ. Out of control. And we've been meaning to get back together to do that again, but now I'm not interested. So I am interested, but I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Talk about. I got something I want to talk about. How's my cat? Krusty Meow died years ago. When did Krusty Meow die? In 22? 23? I can't remember when Krusty passed away. His liver. No, his kidneys. His kidneys shut down. 2023. Yeah, it's oh God. It was awful. That's why it's. Mama will be my last pet. I can't do it anymore. I can't. It it kills me like every time. I can start thinking about him or Dice, and I'll start crying. I can think about Bandit, my dog Bandit, who fell down the steps That was absolutely the most horrible fucking thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. And I loved that dog so much. And that was just, I was so devastated. And Jasmine, when Jasmine passed away, she just died of a heart attack. Or her heart just stopped because she had horrible heart disease. She was a chin too. She died when she was 10. So I just don't want any more animals after this. I'll probably go volunteer at a shelter again and do that, but I can't deal. I can't do it. This wee wee mama is just, she's been there with me through thick and thin, and I love her so much, and I'm always worried about her. Like, all I do is think about, oh God, she's, she's at the top age now for chins, and she's doing really good. So hopefully she'll live till she's 16 or 17. That would be great. Just stay with me, bitch. Don't leave. CB's lost interest in everything, though that's not age, it's just depression. I haven't lost interest in everything. I'm just trying to get better. I heard about that place in South Carolina, Dead Dog Saloon or whatever. Tuesday's going to be so hard because my doctor, it's my last appointment with my doctor. He's moving. He's moving out of state to be closer to his family because he has health issues that he needs to address, and I think he needs to get surgery and stuff, and he just wants to be around family so they can watch his children. Him and his partner have adopted kids, and I just love him so much. And I'm not ready to say goodbye yet, and I have to say goodbye. And he's introducing me to the new doctor who's going to be taking over for me, for him to deal with my care. And so I'm just really nervous about Tuesday. I don't want him to leave, but he got me to this point. So I just miss him so much. I'm going to miss him a lot. Last time we started talking about it, I started crying. I said, I can't talk about this right now. It's going to make me fucking lose it. DJ, at least he got me started, exactly. And he told me he's going to, if I need anything, I can call him and he'll call in for me and pull some strings or whatever if I need anything. So he's great. He said if I don't like the new doctor or something, just call him and he'll take care of it. So it's great to have someone who cares that much. But he's gonna start teaching in medical school, and so see, I had a psychiatrist, my first psychiatrist, and when he, CB, you need to get some assistance. If you drink too much and you're getting older and you lost interest in everything, that's depression. Everybody's struggling. I know how you feel. I was there too. So I know exactly how you feel. Good night, Bus Error. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. CB, yeah, you just got to take the first step. First step, and it's not easy. It's it's hard to change everything that's making life difficult. Thanks, Maddie. Bus Air, not a problem. You're worth it. Take care. Thank you, Bus Air. I appreciate it. Sean, thank you. It's healing for me too. You know, CB too. If that's a good point. If you drink a lot, you need to medically detox. You can't just stop drinking because you'll get sick. You can have seizures. You can have all kinds of stuff. So I would, if you have a physician, I would make an appointment with your physician. But losing interest in everything and drinking, it's not age. It's just you're depressed. So good night, DJ. Ellen, thanks to all my mods who are here tonight. I appreciate it. I know we've been going a long time, but I don't know. What else am I gonna do? It's like floating head. Look at that. What else am I gonna do if I don't do this? I'm just gonna be sitting looking at my fucking phone, doom scrolling, not strolling. What the fuck? Good night, Miss Fix-It. Thanks for being here. Wolfen, we can do that just in a minute. Good morning, Jonathan. Fancy, when am I leaving? Probably tomorrow. Chasey, yeah, I don't really have an answer for that right now because I had the wrong diagnosis and now kind of things, I got the right diagnosis. So I just started a new medication, went down on an older medication, and I'm probably switching up to 2 new medications. So right now is probably not the best time to ask because I really don't know what's going on. Have I been to the Driscoll in Austin? What is that? I don't know what that is. That Wayne fella, thank you. Trying my best, Wayne. Trying my best. Feeling a lot better. Mentally and not mentally I'm like 30%, 40%. Physically I feel like 90%. So oh, I gotta pee so bad. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee. Gotta pee. I'm back. Okay, that felt good. I had to pee really bad. Wait a minute. How do you do? Oh, there you go. Still learning the rudimentary thing about this. Oh, that's creepy, isn't it? Now that. Let's see. I heard some sound down that way. You know what I'm tired of, though? Having that sick feeling in my gut. It's sort of like feels like sadness and anxiety and depression all just in one ball right in your stomach when you start thinking about shit. Dread. What's a good way to put it? Dread. I hate that feeling. I do. I hate it so much. Oh, Arrow, I don't look at the news. I don't read the news. I don't look at the news too much. Edgar Allan Bell, thank you. Hormones and out of normal range? I don't think so. It's just OCD and ADHD working together to make me worry about every fucking thing. Just worry and existential dread. Yes, I hate it so much. I'm going through menopause, yes. I am going through menopause. How much battery does this thing have if you leave it running? Oh, it's got a lot of battery. Night shot. Oh, it's like flashing because when I aim it. Oh, it's because of this thing. Little red light. Wolf tail wagger. I've had a complete panel recently. Uh, for like everything, and everything was normal except I was low in D, so I just started taking a vitamin D supplement. That's another reason why I don't have a lot of wrinkles, because I'm a night owl. Always been a night owl. I hate the sun. I hate the beach. I hate being in the sun. So that helps. Test TRT. What is TRT? What is that? Yeah. Oh, testosterone. No, my testosterone is fine. It's norm. It's right where it should be. So, um, yeah, that was they tested for. My doctor did a full. I mean, it was the most comprehensive blood test I think I've ever had. But it was they tested me for everything, and because I wanted to take terbinafine for my one toenail has a fungus on it. I hate it. It doesn't. I think it looks awful. Everyone's like, it doesn't. I don't even notice it. But oh, I was taking terbinafine, so they wanted me to get liver tests. And then he's like, you know what? I'm just going to test you for everything. So we got all these tests done, and everything was good except for my vitamin D was low. But my testosterone was normal. It was right in the range where it's supposed to be. Though we gotta say goodbye for the summer. Victoria, my boyfriend, loves my toenail fungus. My God. I don't know how I got it, but it's my one big toenail is yellowish, has a yellow color to it. It's fungus. They tested it. So they put me on terbinafine, and then my mouth started tasting like aluminum foil like a week later, so I stopped taking it. Now I just use this stuff you paint it on your toe. But it's not my toenail's not like thick or fucked up looking. It just has a yellow tinge to it. My sister said, let's just paint it with nail polish. Terbinafine is pretty rough. I mean, that's one drug I did not have a good reaction to. It fucked me up. It was like, ugh, my mouth started tasting like metal. Jessica. I love that Madonna's still here. Good morning, Sweden. Oh, Frederick. Hello, Frederick. Um, I love Madonna. Her new album is really fucking good. Like, her new album is really good. Karen, all prescriptions have side effects. Yeah, but terbinafine was really rough for me. I mean, I'm on medications. I don't have severe like side effects. I don't really have many at all, really. But the terbinafine, after taking it for a week, my mouth started to taste like metal, and I was like, it was horrible. It just was awful. And I read about it, and it said, stop. You can either continue to take it. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna do some topical. So I got a topical prescription, but it's not as effective. So you just have to keep painting it on the nail for a year. Oh, that World Cup shit. I don't want. I just watched Madonna on Instagram. I didn't watch the actual World Cup. I don't care about that shit. I got other things to worry about. The World Cup. Were my lips burning? No, it just my mouth tastes like metal. Like it tastes like I had blood in my mouth, but it wasn't. There was no blood. It was a really weird taste. It was awful. But now it's gone. My mouth tastes normal, so I got my teeth deep cleaned too, so I have to go back to the dentist because I need to get a gum graft. I have a tooth here on the bottom that has the gum is receded enough that they want to put a graft on it. But of course, dental insurance won't pay for it, so got to figure that one out. 1,500 plus 500. It's fucking insane. I mean, it's literally insane. Alex, yes, I do use Sonicare. Karen, yeah, my dog, she's right behind me. Kristen, insurance won't pay because I've already used up the insurance. Dental insurance is awful. So you only get a certain amount of money every year allocated to you for treatments. And I've already used it up because I had to get a deep clean, and the deep clean, the x-rays, everything was thousands of dollars. And then they want to do this graft, but it's like I just don't have $1,500 to like blow right now. So, but I'm gonna I made an appointment at the place where I go see my medical doctor. They have a dental clinic in there, so I'm gonna go there because I'm kind of going to this like bougie ass dental place. They did a good job, but all dental insurance is trash. Literally, all dental insurance is trash. It's all crap. It literally. Um, I got. I had 3 fillings done, a deep clean, and it cost me out of pocket like $500 or $600, and then they charged the insurance like $3,000 $4,000, something like that, and then now they want to do the gum graft, and that's 1,500 for one tooth. Yeah, this isn't a corporate dental office. I mean, it's privately owned, but see, when I go to a dental place or any place that has care credit from Synchrony Bank, I'm just like, ugh. And I went there and they had care credit, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I made an appointment here. But I was so desperate to get my teeth cleaned that I was just like, I didn't care. So I just went in and did it. But like, care credit is like a fucking scam. But I have to pay. I don't even know why I'm paying dental insurance now. I've already fucking used it all up for the year, so I have to wait till next year. But um, yeah, it's just so fucking annoying. If I could pay more for dental insurance and get higher coverage, I would, but they don't do that. So I don't know how much money it was thousands and thousands of dollars to get a deep clean because they did half my mouth at one visit and the other half in the other visit. And I did it right after I quit smoking, shortly after I quit smoking. But I take really good care of my teeth. I mean, I use interdental brushes, I use floss and water pick and Sonicare every night. I don't know if I want to fly to Mexico to get teeth. I mean, if it were something really big, that would be an option. But I would just go to San Diego and just travel over to the dentist there. But I'll figure it out. It's not in any. I'm not in any danger of like losing the tooth or anything. Just I just need to. I just need to figure out financially how I'm going to cover it because everything is so expensive. Um, Getting healthy, again, it is not fucking cheap. See, now it's eerie outside because the moon is gone. You can't see anything. Kim, if I heard from Violet Sky, I talk to her every day. We FaceTime every single day. Every day we FaceTime. She's one of my best friends, closest friends. Use lots of fluoride. Yeah, what I do now is I use the water pick, then I use floss, then the interdental brush, then I gargle or swish Thera gums or whatever the fuck that's TheraBreath, and then I Sonicare last, and I don't rinse. I leave the toothpaste on my teeth. So you just spit it out and let it sit on your teeth, and it's good for your teeth. But yeah, my teeth were they look nice, but when I went to the dentist, it was not pretty. I hadn't been to the dentist in a very long time, so it's just something you let slide when you don't feel well and you're depressed. You don't care about your fucking and xylitol, which this is xylitol right here. So dental care. um, Sly Koopy chicken. Yeah, there were periods during my illness where I didn't brush my teeth for weeks, sometimes 2 weeks. I wouldn't shower. I wouldn't. It was fucking awful. So I'm doing everything I can to get myself healthy. I am healthy. I'm just mentally, I'm not too great. But I know that'll all change. I know it will. I'm working with a doctor, and I'm gonna like I have a very good psychiatrist, and I'm gonna start seeing a psychologist for therapy. So Karen, do I still like to do live Saturday night drives? Yeah, I mean, I did too before this time, but yeah, I've got a lot to be thankful for. I guess everybody does in some way or another, but well, Victoria, it's such a pain in the ass. Everything is a pain these days. Everything's hard. Everything is everything's just really difficult. Um, Everything's hard and annoying. Yes. Karen, what's my favorite food? Oh my god. Um, nowadays, nowadays I love yogurt. I love yogurt and bananas, and I love sweet blueberries and strawberries, and I love watermelon, and I love avocado and lean ground beef together, and I love sourdough bread from Izio's. I love sourdough bread. I only eat 3 pieces a day, but I'm not giving up bread. And I do like pasta, but I don't. I used to eat pasta like every day. I only eat it maybe once a month now, maybe twice a month, but that's it. So, but I love cheesesteaks from Philly. If I had to eat shit, cheesesteaks from Philly. Oh, there's so much shit I could eat. I just love to eat. I love food, but that Izio's sourdough. Oh my god, it's so good. Izio's sourdough. Gigi, you want to go out? Come on. Man. It is like extra fucking dark right now. Like, it has gotten so dark. Where the hell did the moon go? I guess it's cloudy. feels different than it did before. I'm sorry, this place still gives me the creeps. I just can never get used to this place. And it doesn't help that I like buy into all this horseshit about cryptids and all this other shit. It just makes it more difficult. Oh, the humming sound is a air conditioner. It's an air conditioner. Let's see if I can set us up. There's nowhere. Let me just turn this back around. No ticks. No, there's ticks. That's why I'm not going in the woods. I walked down here the other day, down this path, and had a tick on me, on my leg when I got back. So there's ticks everywhere here. Just gotta wait until the freeze comes. Like, what is this crawling on my leg? I hate ticks so much. I got one on my back like a month and a half ago. I'm gonna put the video up on Patreon, but it's a video of Dan and I just exploring this old dump that was back. Hi mama. Are you okay? What's going on? What is it, mama? Anyway, I got a tick on my back and it fucking still itches where it bit me. So I guess I'll just bring it up on. I put it in my phone as a reminder. Tell my doctor to look at it, but there was no bullseye or anything. It's just I'm like allergic to fucking everything, so even getting a tick bite will make me itch. Man, I wish these just weren't here. Should cut them down. They're in my way. My entertainment. Thin ankles. Look at that, thin ankles. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Oh my gosh. She's going insane. Chi-Chi. What's wrong with Chi-Chi? What is it? We're not going in. She wants to go to bed. I know what you want. Bitch, you can get up in the chair. Mama. Mama. Okay, let's do this. Mama. I just wish something would happen, like a sound or something. We're striking out left and right. What the fuck's wrong? Get in your chair. Get in the chair. Get in there. There you go. She's in her chair. She's so mad. She's literally pissed off because I'm still awake. She wants to go to bed. Oh my god. Who's this? DJ, or what is this? You are. Oh, DJ Rora. DJ Rora? Thank you, DJ Rora. Oh my god, I appreciate that. It's your first super chat on a live stream. Thank you so much. Look, let me show you. Thank you, DJ Aurora. Appreciate it. Let me show you. Mama. Oh my goodness. Mama, you've got to stop. Now you are really making it hard. Good night, CB. Good luck with everything. Oh shit. It's doing that thing where it's... There we go. I don't like the placement of the buttons on the new phone, because when you put it in this thing that I have to hold the phone, it what does it say? Top fans. Terry is the #1 top fan. Cousin Larry sits there as the #2 fan. Bus Arrow is #3. Strange Archives Official is #4. And DJ Roar is #5. Man of Leisure is #6. The Feathered Leopard is #7. One Bad Cat 760 is #8. Tom D is #9. Scotty 12342 is #10. Jackie's 11. Isn't that interesting? She gets pissed off if I don't. She likes to just watch me get ready for bed. But up here, I think she gets fresh air up here, so she starts to go crazy. She reverts back to puppyhood. Mama is adorable. She's really cute. She's a cute dog. She's so adorable. I can't stand it. She makes me laugh all the time. The things she does and her personality. She's got a lot of personality, and she's just funny. How old is Mama? She's 12 now. I can't believe she's 12. I got Mama right after I was filmed Margie and Scott. I got her in Florida. So I got her right after Margie and Scott. Or if your dentist does skincare. That to me is kind of weird. Is that weird? If your dentist does skincare? I think it's kind of weird. Right? psychic dentist is like, oh, would you like to do a, like they literally said, do I believe in Bigfoot or is it a myth? I think I want to believe in Bigfoot so bad, but I just don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's just like tacky. Like, I just feel like it's tacky. Like, they kept pushing this laser thing in the office, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. And then the lady said, she's like, we've all gotten treatment here, the laser treatment. And I'm just like, you know, I was like, bitch, does it look like I need a laser? Like, this lady said, it's really good for skin, blah, blah, blah. She's like, and I told her, I said, I'm 49. And she was like, okay, well, I wasn't going to go that far. And I'm like, okay, babes. Hey, Craig. Craig, Kim told me to say hi to you. Thanks, Craig, for being here on this chilling night out in the Appalachian Mountains. So yeah, it's the dentist. They were like, it's like a barber and a bakery. It is. It's kind of weird. I don't like that. I mean, it just the thing is, these dentists now you don't know who owns them. They could be a corporation. They have a lot of overhead there. I just want to go to the dentist at the community health center. That's better because then they're not going to have care credit. They're not going to try to sell you. Like they were like, you need a mouth guard. And I'm like, I already wear a CPAP machine and this, and that. I'm like, a mouth guard. And they wanted to charge me like $800 for it. And I'm like, I can get a mouth guard for $100 online. Like, that's crazy. The dentist she did a really good job. I mean, I'm not going to like bitch about her work. She did a good job, but skincare. I was like, what is this laser thing? And the lady's like, it's $1,800 for, it was like 3 treatments or 6 treatments. I can't remember. And I was just like, oh my God. Like, I don't know. Like, what possible miracles could be? Oh my God, Fancy. If a dentist does Botox, goodbye. I'm out. I can't do, that's crazy. That is just crazy. I'm sorry, but like that does is so unnecessary. Autumn, if you have 2 crooked teeth and your dentist is like, oh, you look so much better if you get braces, that's crazy too. You don't, first of all, a dentist shouldn't even do braces. An orthodontist does braces. So they're probably trying to sell you like some kind of like Invisalign or some bullshit. Um, but I just want to go to the community health center dentist. He used to be my neighbor, so I'm just going to go to him. Some doctors are good, some doctors are not so good. The first sleep doctor I went to, horrible. He was literally horrible. And then I found out that he paid to be on the cover of Baltimore Magazine, which Baltimore Magazine, it sounds like, oh, Baltimore Magazine, but it's really just like a crap magazine that they do like a few articles in, and then everything else is a real estate ad that people pay. It's all real estate ads and doctor ads in this magazine. So people pay all this money to be in there, but I think you can buy your way onto the cover of the magazine. I guess when they're having like a slow month or something. So he definitely paid to be on the cover. And he's just slimy. I didn't like him at all. Yeah, Invisalign, because if you only have like a couple teeth that are crooked, you can get Invisalign. But I had I got braces, adult braces. So I wore braces when I was maybe in my early 30s, maybe. I don't remember how old I was. I got braces. I do Botox at my local pizzeria. I'm telling you, you don't. If you use healthcare in the U.S. is a joke. It's a total joke. There's places that are really good. Like where I go is a community health center. It used to be an HIV/AIDS clinic strictly, and now it's a community health center. So they do primary care. They do everything there, and I love going there because they use my insurance. I get good service, and they take people in who don't have health insurance who need medical care, and they do sliding scales. So if you don't have a job, you don't have to pay anything. If you have a job, you have to pay a little bit, but they will take care of you. And that's why I like going there. I like it. They have a pharmacy downstairs. They draw your blood there. They got a dentist. They have a mental health department. They have primary care. They have everything you need. HIV prevention. Everything is there in one building. So it's perfect. So I just go there because it's convenient and I like the people. I believe it's a nonprofit, but I think they have a lot of donors, and the federal government probably gives them grants. But it's yeah, it's a nonprofit. They're not nobody's making money out of that place. And they've opened up other locations, so they have other locations in the Baltimore metro area. I think they have like 5 clinics sort of spread out. But if you've got like, a rash down below, or you need prep or whatever, you can go there. They'll take care. They got you covered. So it's a really good place. I really like going there, and I think I just am more comfortable with LGBTQ doctors. Like I'm just more comfortable with LGBTQ doctors or LGBTQ friendly doctors because then you can just tell them everything. You don't have to like see some county married guy wince when you say, oh, I was triple penetration. Do you have any swabs? I had 5 penises in me. Can you swab my hole? Nothing makes a difference. It's just, I just like that clinic. It's nice. I've been going there for years since I was. That's where we all went to get tested back in the day when it was over at Cathedral Street. You would go up there to get tested. And it was a miserable experience back then because it was 2 fucking weeks of hell waiting to find out the results. It was so bad. Now it takes 3 minutes and you gotta, not even, it's like a minute and you're done. Michael, when's the next episode of Creeps and Monsters? I tried to film an episode of Creeps and Monsters, but for some reason it was during a time I wasn't doing too well. So I scaled back. I scaled back on everything. Wasn't feeling good. So now I'm feeling a lot better, but physically I feel well. Mentally, I got some time to go yet. Some time to go. Well, my skin looks good in pink light. Oh, what is that on my? Is that hair in my face? Yes. I was like, what is under my eye? It's a strand of hair. It's like I'm a female. Look at, Christ, it's so long. No, I would hate this hair 20 years ago, but now I like it. No, maybe just let it grow. It looks. eh, I look like Ruth Buzzy. I look like. Maybe it's good just to, when you get older, grow your hair out so you can, if you've got hair. A lot of some of my, I mean, some of my male friends who are my age don't have hair left. I'm lucky I still have my fucking hair. And you see, I'm like fascinated by people online. Love you too, Vox. I'm fascinated by people online, the hair struggle. Because when I started losing weight, I started losing hair. And after I'd lost like 50 pounds, my hair started thinning. I was like, oh God, but my doctor said it was temporary shedding from losing weight. So he told me to get on some vitamins. So I started taking a vitamin pack, and now my hair is back good again. So it was just my nutrition in the beginning was shaky at best. I didn't know what to eat. I was like constantly trying to figure out what to eat, and so my hair was thinning out. Who said it was Sal? Sal and I were at Marley Station, and Sal said, "Dan, the top of your crown, it looks like it's balding." And I was like, "What?" And I looked, and I got home and looked in a mirror, and I was like, "Oh my God!" So I had to get on some vitamins. Ruth Buzzy. I love Ruth Buzzy. Love her so much. Well, listen, dudes and gals, dudes and dudettes. I'm gonna go. I want to go to bed. I have a long day tomorrow. I have to drive home, and I gotta pick all my shit up and clean the house. But I will be back next Saturday. I hope you're all doing well. Follow me on Instagram. Join up on Patreon. And I should have 2 videos next week. I should. And this was lovely. I'm glad I stayed on for a long time because I was honestly, I wouldn't have done anything anyway but sit around and whine. So why not have hundreds of strangers watch? We whine. Okay. Love you guys. Have a good night.